And we're here for the motion for bond. And I just let everybody know I have an incredibly busy day. This isn't my only case, and I slid it in at 11:30 just as a courtesy, basically. So I know there's a stack of other motions. Do we anticipate needing anything other than the motion for bond?
No, Judge. Well, when we had asked the court about that as well, and it was our interpretation that nothing else would be heard today. I talked to the state about one issue regarding a protective order, and I can address that in my argument for bond as well.
Okay. Well, having said that, I'm ready, Ms. Merchant.
Great. Thank you so much, Judge. And Judge, thank you for letting some people in support appear by Zoom. Also, the jury assembly room has been opened for other supporters. We have right now about 150 people down there, and they're still pouring in.
Made sure that was open for you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Judge, we are here because the state has accused Mahendra Patel, and he goes by Mick, but Mick Patel, of, at first it was kidnapping, and then it moved to attempted kidnapping. So he was arrested on March 21st of 2025 for an incident that allegedly happened at a local Walmart on March 18th. The officer took out a warrant for kidnapping, not attempted, assault, and battery. Subsequently, the state indicted that case on April 3rd. We had a bond and probable cause hearing scheduled for April 16th, but when the state indicted it, they indicted it for attempted kidnapping and then misdemeanor assault and misdemeanor bond. So we were not able to have that bond hearing. Mr. Patel was not given bond at first appearance. At that time, he was charged with kidnapping of a minor. The state essentially is alleging that Mr. Patel had an interaction with a lady named Caroline Miller at this local Walmart. They've said that Ms. Miller was pointing out to Mr. Patel where the Tylenol was in the store, and that Mr. Patel grabbed the child and started pulling the child away from Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller has said that they engaged in a back and forth and a tug of war, as she described it, for 10 seconds before she was able to finally get the child back. Luckily, we have video. The video shows that Mr. Patel did lean in to Ms. Miller and her child. They were in a handicap scooter, mobility cart. There's different names. She is admittedly not handicapped, has admitted to that publicly, and was riding it because her child liked to enjoy it, sort of like a joyride. He interacted with her. We'll show you the entire interaction, but the relevant, super relevant portion is less than 5 seconds. Before he actually,
less than 5 seconds?
Less than 5 seconds.
Okay.
And I'll walk you through that. It's about a 5-minute clip, and I'll walk you through that in a moment. But we're very lucky that we have that. So Ms. Miller pointed to where the Tylenol was. Mr. Patel went, got the Tylenol, and the video couldn't be clearer. Mr. Patel did not try to kidnap this child. What it shows, just to walk you through the timeline, because I think it's important, it shows starting at 8:17, you can see Mr. Patel entering the Walmart. And I'm going to show you parts of this, not all of it, but and if you want to see more of it, we can show you all you want, but what we've done is pull out the relevant parts. So he enters the Walmart at 8:17, then at 8:18, you can see him enter the pharmacy area, and then you can see at 8:19, he's looking for the Tylenol. So, and at the same time, he had his cell phone, and he was actually texting his daughter, who's here, because he cares for his 86-year-old mother, who has osteoarthritis and requires a special kind of Tylenol. So it was this rapid-release gel Tylenol. He was trying to find it, and the daughter who was helping him, the daughter who also has cared for the mother, was actually sent him a picture. So we've actually asked for the cell phone to be returned because we wanted that evidence, but the state, when we asked for it to be returned, they took out a search warrant for it, so it's still in their custody. But we've seen those, and so we know that he was texting about this Tylenol. The first interaction that he has with Miss Miller is at 8:21, and that's the first time you see them. She's in this scooter. He's got his hands in his pockets. This is what I'll call the first interaction. Then you see her sort of puttering along in the mobility cart, and you see her sort of clip the corner. There's an end cap display case. Sort of clip the corner of that end cap display case, stop, and at 8:21 and 45 seconds is when you see Mr. Patel lean in. And what we've talked to the witnesses and how it's sort of been described by a lay witness was like a father, like the child's reaching for Mr. Patel like a dad, you know, like if you walk up to a baby and they reach for you. And Mr. Patel leans in and reaches for the child like a father would, is how it was described. Mr. Patel offered to hold the baby while she got up to show him where the Tylenol was, to point, because she's trying to point at that time. And he believes fully that she's handicapped, and she's got 2 young children. One is actually at her feet. So it's this mobility cart with the basket that you're supposed to put groceries in. And then one child's actually at her feet, and the one's sitting on her lap. Thinks that she needs help. He's been described by many people as a very friendly older gentleman. Leans in. You can see this, you'll see this, leans towards him. Miller leans back. He immediately backs up, puts his hands back in his pocket. You see him back away at 8:21 and 51 seconds, put his hands back in his pocket, and she actually continues to stand up, point out where the Tylenol is, and he continues to walk towards the Tylenol. At 8:21 and 57 seconds, you see him leave and go to the Tylenol. Then less than 5 seconds later, you see Miss Miller back up. She actually backs into the display case at this point. The display case visibly moves. Then you see her run over her child's foot. Her child actually does fall out of the cart. She runs over the child's foot, and another bystander who's there, who had witnessed the other interaction with Mr. Patel earlier, he had been right there within arm's reach. The gentleman who described it as like a father, interaction. That gentleman jumps in and grabs the child because the child's foot is sort of under the mobility cart. At this point, that gentleman, and his name is Mr. Leyva, he's on the warrant, so that's public record. His name is Mr. Leyva. So he is talking with Miss Miller at that point, and then you see Mr. Patel sort of have a brief interaction with them as he's walking to get another employee. So this is the second interaction, but the first interaction after this alleged kidnapping. Mr. Patel then goes and finds a Walmart employee, and this is at 8:23 and 09. The employee comes back and takes him to find the Tylenol. Miss Miller's creeping along, and Mr. Patel and Miss Miller walk past, Mr. Patel and this Walmart employee walk past Miss Miller in the mobility cart. She says nothing. Mr. Patel goes, gets the Tylenol with this employee. So this is the third interaction. He finds the Tylenol. He leaves the pharmacy area. And at 8:25 and 19 seconds, the fourth interaction with Miss Miller, he walks past her and he shows her the Tylenol. Like, hey, look, I got what I was looking for. Like everybody had been helping him. Nobody could find this Tylenol. He shows it to her and she gives him a thumbs up. Then you see at 8:27, Miss Miller is talking with that same Walmart employee. At the same time, you see Mr. Patel waiting in line to pay for the Tylenol. He pays with his debit card. He gets it in a bag, he walks towards the exit, and then you see him for about 30 seconds talking with a Walmart employee, the people that check your receipts at the end, joking, talking with that employee, taps him on the shoulder. You can see he is friendly with everybody. Talking with all the employees, things like that. He's a very friendly gentleman, you can see that. The entire interaction that Mr. Patel was in Walmart was 11 minutes. He interacted with Ms. Miller 3 times after she claims that he snatched her baby. There were lots of employees around, lots of people around for all of these interactions. Nobody stopped, nobody says anything. There was a gentleman within arm's reach. Nothing. Nobody screams. Ms. Miller waited 5 full minutes to actually tell a Walmart employee. The employee had to try to convince her to call the police. We've interviewed this employee, said it was very surprising, didn't know why she didn't want to call the police. She just wanted to report it to Walmart. She waited a full 30 minutes to actually call the police. She was outside with her father and called and said, hey, I'm sorry it took me so long to call you, but I got my baby back. Mr. Patel didn't flee. Mr. Patel was in for a while after this alleged interaction. He was in Walmart for almost 10 minutes after this alleged interaction, still looking for the Tylenol. He talked to at least 3 employees after this alleged interaction. So during this time that this police have said that he fled, he remained in Walmart for a full 8 minutes. He talked to 3 different employees, and he passed Miss Miller 3 times. He used his debit card, and then he waited at the door and talked to an employee for over 30 seconds. I'm going to show you, if you want to pull up. So what we've done is we have a couple different videos. One of them, because nobody wants to watch 20 different surveillance videos, one of them shows Mr. Patel coming in, and if you want to go ahead and start playing that. And then I can show you the exact interaction.
Judge, if I could be heard, this isn't a trial, it's a bond hearing, and so I would encourage the court to consider the legal bond considerations. I'm not sure that this is pertinent to that. If they want to submit this for the court's review, if they believe that they can articulate why it's pertinent to the issue of bond, which is the narrow issue we have today, I can understand that, and we can have that discussion. But if we're just playing videos to try the case in a bond hearing, the state would object to that. It's not relevant.
You have a relevancy objection.
Judge, I can't imagine anything that's more relevant than a video of the alleged incident. If you were trying to determine bond and you had a video of what the accused is accused of doing, that could potentially be the most relevant information you would ever have in a bond hearing, whether or not someone actually did what they're accused of. And the other thing is the state has alleged that he had flight, that he fled. That's been alleged from the beginning by the police. There's no, part of the bond factor is significant risk of fleeing or failure to appear in court. No. Is he a danger or a threat to anybody? You need to watch the video. He's not. He's clearly not. Is he at risk of committing any future felonies? No. I mean, I think it's highly relevant, and I would imagine the court would want to see this.
Well, I'll overrule the objection. As I read the pleadings, I looked at it as possible evidence that he would come to court, that he is not a flight risk. Of course, I haven't seen the video, right? So I don't know what it's going to show me, but I'll let you do that. And just so everybody knows, I have my own monitor down here. I'm not staring at the floor. So
wonderful.
I'll let you do that.
Thank you so much. All right, and this is the compilation. So the reason that we did this part is to kind of show the timeline. You can go ahead and play it. The timeline for the court when Mr. Patel enters the store at 8:16. And then you can see him walking, and he's on his phone, texting his daughter, which can be corroborated by the phone when we get it. Now you see him, he's walking to the pharmacy section. This is the pharmacy section. And now this is when he actually interacts for the first time with Miss Miller. So that's Miss Miller in the cart, in the scooter. The first time that they've met, and they're talking about the Tylenol. And so the gentleman, you can see a gentleman in an orange shirt behind them. That's the gentleman I was talking about. That's the witness. His name is Mr. Leyva.
All right.
He's the one that later assists.
All right.
And witnessed the whole thing. So this is the other view, so you can see how close Mr. Leyva is. And behind this display cart is that's when you can see the beginning of Miss Miller's cart. So the alleged incident is happening now. Here's the other view of it, flipping back so you can see both views. That's the alleged incident right there. Then she points. He moves on, goes to get the Tylenol. She backs up into the display cart. She's laughing, joking with this gentleman. This is literally a split second after this alleged kidnapping. You see her child kind of get off the cart. She runs over the child's foot. The guy jumps in to help. She was having trouble with the cart. I mean, everybody says that. All of this is after this alleged kidnapping has taken place. There's Mr. Patel entering the video again. You see him walking past. He talks with this guy that's witnessed this alleged kidnapping. Miss Miller's right there, doesn't say a word. She's puttering along in her cart. He's chatting with this gentleman, asking about the Tylenol. This gentleman speaks Spanish, so the communication's a little bit difficult there. Mr. Patel goes to try and find a Walmart employee. He walks past Miss Miller again. There's that other interaction I mentioned, the third interaction, walks past her to find a Walmart employee. Again, this is all after this alleged kidnapping, so, he's not fleeing. He's going to find another employee. There's the employee walking him back to the Walmart pharmacy to show him where the Tylenol is. So you can see Miss Miller puttering along in her cart in the back of this video. This employee shows Mr. Patel where the Tylenol is. Miss Miller puttering along still on her cart. Mr. Patel walks past her, shows her, look, I got the Tylenol. She gives him a thumbs up. He keeps going. That's when, at 8:27, that's when she first told this Walmart employee about this. At the same exact time, Mr. Patel is paying for his Tylenol, so he's still in the store. And you can see if you zoom in, and we didn't do that, but it's the rapid release Tylenol. It's a special gel Tylenol that it's the exact same label that his daughter texted him a picture of to buy. And Mr. Patel has no medical background. It's not surprising that he's asking his family for help. His wife's a doctor. His daughter's in medical school. So, I mean, it's not surprising he's asking for assistance with this. Pays with his card, in his name, linked to his bank account. Him talking with this employee on the way out. Complete opposite of fleeing. I mean, he's like the typical elderly gentleman who talks to everybody at the store. And then he leaves. 8:28, 8:29, he leaves. And Judge, so I've got the two videos of that alleged interaction if you want to see them. I don't want anybody to think anything's been taken out of anything, or, I mean, it's all on here, but what we did with this compilation is try to show both sides, you know, back and forth. I don't want to take up the court's time needlessly, but we have those. We're ready to show them. Happy to show them if you'd like to see them. I don't know what the court, would you like to see the other, just those interactions?
I don't know that I need to.
Okay.
If you think it's important, I will.
No, I don't think it's important. All right, Judge. So moving on. So the other things that the evidence in this case, there's two alleged witnesses, the Walmart employee and Mr. Leyva. Mr. Leyva is mentioned on the warrant. Both of them, we have interviewed them. Both of them had said if they had seen a kidnapping, an assault, an attempt, anything like that, they would have stepped in, that they were there, didn't see it. They all confirmed the Walmart was busy. There were lots of people around. The Walmart employee said that Mr. Patel was a friendly older gentleman, was very friendly with her, kind of gave her like a hug almost, like she was so happy when she finally helped him find the Tylenol. She said that she didn't know what was going on with Miss Miller, but she's not permitted to ask what her handicap is, but she said it was suspicious that she didn't scream, call 911, anything like that. And then Mr. Leyva, the gentleman in the orange shirt that you saw, again, he said that Mr. Patel lifted the child like the child's father, and that Miss Miller sort of pulled back the child. There was no tug of war. Mr. Leyva actually was mistaken and thought it was the younger child that all this was happening with. He was kind of confused, but the one thing he was sure about was that there was no attempted abduction, and had he seen anything like that, he was close enough that he would have stepped in and done something. He also told us that there were lots of people that witnessed the interaction. He speaks Spanish, so we had a Spanish interpreter interview him because there was definitely a language barrier with him, though. Mr. Patel talked to the police. He answered the police's questions. He told the police that he leaned in to pick the child up so that she could show him where the Tylenol is. He told them that.
Where was this?
At the police station when he was arrested. So he was arrested on March 21st. So before, they didn't talk to Mr. Patel. The police got the warrant for kidnapping. They arrested Mr. Patel on March 21st. They took him to the police department and interviewed him. When they interviewed him, and the state has not provided us a copy of this, but this is based on pleadings and Mr. Patel, what transpired there. He said that he did. I mean, he confirmed that he leaned in to pick the child up so that she could stand up and show him where the Tylenol was. At that point, he believes, as anyone would, that she's handicapped. And she's got two young children, which you can clearly see she's having some trouble with the cart. I mean, it's a reasonable thing. And if you think that there's a child that's falling or might fall and someone's trying to stand up to help you, the reasonable thing would be to help that person. The state in one of their pleadings pointed out that he did not tell the police specifically that he thought the child was falling, but nobody asked him that either. He also said that they didn't ask him if he told Miller immediately that he was trying to help her. But what he explained was that Miller didn't want his help. As soon as he realized that, he stopped, put his hands back in his pocket, and moved on. So we're talking a few seconds here, and he's trying to help. She says she doesn't want his help. He pulls back. You can see it, and you can see it on the video. And we know Mr. Patel cares for his 86-year-old elderly mother. We know why he's there. He's not there for a sinister purpose.
Plaintiff calls Imani Ellis to the stand as our first witness.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Imani Ellis. Last name is Ellis.
Your first name, please.
Imani, yes, Emani.
Perfect. Thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Welcome. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Ellis. For the record, how old are you?
32.
And on the date of February 24th, 2018, what were you doing?
I was at work on duty as a security guard.
Where were you?
The address of the building was 8920 Wilshire Boulevard.
And for how long had you been working as a security guard as of 2018?
For 4 years.
And what did it take to become a licensed security guard?
You have to get fingerprinted and it's sent to the state of California for approval.
And do you have any criminal record?
No.
Could you become a security guard if you have a criminal record?
No.
Have you ever assaulted and battered anybody in your lifetime?
No.
Were you using your telephone to take photographs of the defendant when you saw her exit the elevator?
No.
So if you could just tell us in your own words, when you got to the 5th floor, you were doing your rounds, and you saw Cardi B, what did you say?
I said something along the lines of, that looks like Cardi B, or wow, that's Cardi B.
Were you talking to anybody at that time?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
Were you entering the elevator?
I was, yes.
Did you actually go inside the elevator?
I did, yes.
And did Cardi B exit the elevator?
She did, yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
After she heard me say her name, she turned back around, and the first thing out of her mouth was, excuse my language, was, why the f*** telling people that you seen me? At this time, I tried to calm her down and assure her that I didn't tell anyone that I seen her, and she was extremely upset.
And what did she tell you after that?
Then, excuse my language again, but she said, yes, the f*** did, and then she put her finger in my face.
When she put her finger in your face, did she have long fingernails?
She did.
And approximately how long were her fingernails on the date when she put them in your face?
About 2 to 3 inches long.
When you have seen different pictures and videos of Cardi B, do you notice that she has long fingernails in those videos and photographs?
Yes.
When you saw her today, did you notice that her fingernails were very short?
Yes.
Does she usually wear them that short?
Objection. Speaking. It's also lacks foundation sustained.
Have you seen, we'll strike that. For how long, were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
I was.
What kind of fan were you?
I enjoyed her music. I was interested in going to a concert. I didn't have any problem with her.
Did you ever go to see her in concert?
I had tickets to go to see her, but I never went after this incident.
And when were you supposed to go see her in concert?
I'm not sure of the date. It was sometime in 2018.
And you're very close with your grandmother, Diane Schmidt, is that correct?
Correct.
How old is your grandmother?
She's 79.
Does she have information about this incident? Objection.
Assisting.
Lax foundation.
Assisting.
Did you show your grandmother the scar on your left cheek after February 24th of 2018?
Overruled.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Did you show the cut on your left cheek after February 24th of 2018 to your grandmother, Diane Schmidt?
Yes.
And what year were you born?
1992.
And how many brothers and sisters do you have?
I'm the oldest of 5.
And your grandmother has seen you regularly from birth up to the present time?
Yes.
And what about your mother? Did you live with your mother up until a certain point?
Until the age 19.
Did you sustain any, well, strike that. Let me take you a little bit back to the incident. So, when you were at the building and Cardi B exited the elevator on February 24th, 2018, what were the words that she used that were so hurtful?
She used a lot of words, and again, excuse my language, but she was like, you, I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna get you fired. That's why you do security. Ah, that's why you do security. Ah, she was sticking her tongue out. She was flailing her arms up and down. She was jumping up and down. Body shaming me. I mean, racial slurs, just a lot.
And did she spit on you?
She did.
Did her spit actually land on your body?
It did.
Why did you exit the elevator to speak with her after she said what she said?
I wanted to clarify the misunderstanding.
Did you also want her to leave because she was causing a disturbance?
At that time, she was causing a disturbance. She was yelling and screaming, and I did want her to leave.
And as a security guard, were you working there as an extension of the owner to be able to make that kind of call, whether somebody should be told to leave because they're causing a disturbance?
Objection, leading Lax Foundation calls for legal privilege.
Assisting.
Could you repeat the question, please?
I'm going to ask you a different question. Did the landlord hire you as a security guard to protect its building?
Yes.
Lax Foundation.
Overruled.
And did you do that?
Yes.
For how long?
For about 4 years.
During those 4 years, did you ever have a problem with anybody else?
Never.
Not one time.
Not as far as I can remember, no. Not a perfect employee, but a good employee.
Did the defendant take a swing at you?
She did.
When she took a swing at you, it didn't hit your body, correct?
No.
Did the defendant use her fingernails to cut your face?
She did.
As a result of the cut to your face, did you have to see 2 different plastic surgeons?
Yes,
Did you undergo plastic surgery?
I did.
Your Honor, if I may show exhibit number 7.
The entire.
What's the photograph? You never disclosed it.
22 photographs that we discussed earlier.
I'm gonna let him show the photographs.
For the record.
What's that?
I'm sorry, for the record, we,
Overruled. Can you just identify it by number?
Yes,
Each
sir.
one?
Would it be okay to get one of those books? Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 7-001.
Understanding you're objecting to their admission, do you want them to lay foundation, or are we going to stipulate foundation?
Well, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You want
I
to
thought you were
stipulate?
asking him if he wanted to lay a foundation.
Do you want them to lay a foundation, or you stipulate to it?
No, we don't stipulate.
Okay. Then why don't you show the photograph to your client first to identify what it is?
Yes, Your Honor. If you can look into that notebook on your right, there'll be a number 7. And at some point recently, did you go to the building and accompany people from my office to take photographs of the incident?
Yes.
And the purpose of taking the photographs were to show where the incident occurred and to give the jury understanding of what kind of building we're dealing with?
Yes.
And you feel it's important that they see that?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I publish that 7-001?
You only had her authenticate number the first page, and just want to have her thumb through it.
Sure.
Verify that those are the photographs you took and that they.
Yes, Your Honor, I will do so. If you can look at 7-001 through 7-022, if you can look at all those photographs. Are those photographs of the building where you worked on February 24th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, and if you look towards the end, 7-022, is that the area where the incident took place?
One second. Yes.
Can I show them to?
Yeah, just identify them as you published.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to show Exhibit 7-001. Ms. Ellis, is this the photograph that we discussed, which is the outside of the building where you worked at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
Yes.
Okay, 7-002, is this a closer picture of the same building?
Correct.
And this is a 6-story building in the city of Beverly Hills. It's an older building, correct?
Correct.
And then 7-003, we're getting closer to the front.
Correct.
7-004, is that the front entrance of the building where you work?
Yes.
Okay, 7-005, another photograph of the same front, closer up.
Yes.
7-006, you see that photograph? Is that the inside of the lobby of the building where you work?
Yes.
And 7-007, was that security booth there when you worked there? Do you remember?
It was.
Did you sit behind that security booth?
I did.
And on the date of the incident, were you wearing your uniform?
Yes.
7-007 is a photograph of that booth where you sit. 7-008, was that sign there on the date when you worked there?
Yes.
Okay. 7-009, these are the elevators that guests and visitors of the building would take to get upstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the date of the incident, do you remember if you took the elevator to get to the 5th floor, or maybe took the stairs? You remember?
I'm not sure.
All right, if I can take, we're going to skip. We'll just go through it here fast. 7-010. Is this a photograph of the elevator which Cardi B got out of on February 24, 2018?
Yes.
And that's the elevator that you entered, correct?
Yes.
It's a relatively small elevator, isn't it?
Yes.
And 7-011. Is that a photograph of the elevator area where the incident took place that we took recently?
Yes.
And obviously on the day of the incident, you were there. It was a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
Was it this way with garbage all around, or not?
Not at that time, no.
7012 and 7013 and 7014 and 7015 are photographs of the hallway leading up to the elevator bay, correct?
Yes.
And did Miss Cardi B walk down the hallway after she spoke with you and came back, or did everything happen right at the elevator bay?
She did. She came out and looked around, and then when she heard what I said, she turned back around to approach me.
Okay, if we could go to 7-021. This is where the entire incident took place, correct?
Yes.
1996, I started with the Florida Department of Corrections, and then in 1999, I was hired with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And so how long do you work with the Hardy County Sheriff, or what were the years you worked for Hardy?
1999 until 2023.
All right. And did you retire at that point?
I did.
And you missed it so much you came back?
I did.
All right. So, sir, so what was your position with the Hardy Sheriff's Office in November of 2022?
November 2022, I was a detective.
And so would that have been your role back on November 1st of 2022?
It was.
And I do want to go back to that time frame.
Okay,
sir? During that time frame, did you become involved in the death investigation of a Uriel shock?
I did.
How did you become involved, sir?
I heard the call for service over the radio.
And what did you do once you received that call?
I responded to the scene in my vehicle.
And so where did you go?
I went to the incident location, Kazan Road.
And was that a residence?
It was.
Whose is that?
The defendant, Miss Nix.
And when you got out there, what was going on, sir?
As soon as I arrived, I could tell that something had happened. I already knew because of the call. And the husband had his knees down, sitting on his knees in the yard, had his hands in his face. He was crying. I think Tracy was walking around very frantic.
And do you know approximately what time you got out there?
I don't know exactly what time it was.
Okay. And so you see this that's going on. What else is going on, sir?
Medical units are arriving. Other law enforcement are arriving.
And when you say medical units, you're referring to?
The ambulances.
And so the address you went out, sorry about the question, but is that in Hardy County?
It is in Hardy County.
Okay. And what did you say Tracy Nix was doing?
She was walking around. She appeared to be in a frantic state. She was crying as well.
And did you discover what was going on out there?
I did.
What happened?
I discovered that she had left her granddaughter, Uriel, in the vehicle that she was driving that day.
Thus the frantic nature?
Correct. That was the reason that she was frantic.
And what was the granddaughter's name?
Uriel Shock.
And was Uriel Shock there when you got there?
I believe she was in the ambulance, if not, had already been transported.
Okay. So what did you do next, sir, once you're out of that scene?
My supervisor advised me to go to the hospital, the Advent Health in Wauchula, and take possession, not possession, but be there for the scene of the child and begin photographing urial shock.
And so you took photographs?
I did.
I'm approaching you with what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 4 through 8. Please keep them down and go through each one of them. See if you recognize them. Look up when you're ready to proceed, sir. Okay? Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
First, I'd like to, for you to take a look at State Exhibit number 4. It should have been in order.
Okay.
Do you recognize that item, sir?
I do.
What is that?
It's a picture of urial shock in the hospital bed.
And what was Uriel's status when you were taking these pictures?
She was already deceased.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you observed that day at the hospital?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter into State's Exhibit number 4.
Defense, any objection? No, Your Honor. So admitted without objection.
And the state will publish them once they've all been admitted, Your Honor. Would you please take a look at State's Exhibit number 5, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of urial shock's little hand.
And what does the picture show?
The hand is clasped shut, like gripping.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day in the hospital?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 5 at this time.
Defense? No objection. Admitted without objection.
Would you please turn to State's Exhibit 6? Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
I do.
What is that?
It's a knitted, crocheted blanket that the hospital provided for urial shock.
Is that to place her in, I guess?
It was to cover her up to comfort.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict that blanket that you saw that day?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 6 at this time.
Defense? No objection. Admitted without objection. Number 6.
And finally, State's Exhibit, or second, finally, State's Exhibit number 7, do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
It's the little red or pink onesie that Uriel was wearing that day.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the onesie as you saw it that day?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter State's Exhibit number 7 at this time.
Defense? No objection. Admitted without objection. Number 7.
And finally, State's Exhibit number 8, would you please look at that?
I did.
What is that?
It's a little teddy bear.
And why was that photographed?
I don't know why I photographed it, but I put it in with Uriel before I zipped up her body bag.
Is that something that was with her?
It was.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
It is.
State would seek to enter State's Exhibit number 8.
Defense? No objection on relevance, Judge. Sorry, Bob. jury, I'm sustaining the objection on the number 8. You're not to consider that as evidence, which is the tentative.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to just publish State's Exhibits 4 through 7.
All right.
And
Go
please
ahead
let me-
and, hang on a second. Go ahead and publish. Go ahead and give me number 8, please. Do you have 8?
Yes.
Now publishing State's Exhibit number 4. And once again, sir, what was this?
That is Uriel shock in the hospital.
State's Exhibit number 5, and once again, sir.
That is her little clenched hand as she was laying on the bed in the hospital.
State's Exhibit number 6.
That is the hand crocheted blanket that some of the hospital staff had.
And State's Exhibit number 7.
That is Uriel Shock's onesie that she was wearing the day of the incident.
All right, if you'll please, when you're done with those exhibits, we'll give them to the clerk.
Yes, Your Honor.
I already moved it and Mark
Just wanted to make sure.
that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that. Did you do anything further at the hospital, sir?
Yes.
What else?
As the family arrived, I unzipped the body bag and tried to make it a little presentable so they could say their goodbyes.
Okay. And following that, sir?
I contacted the medical examiner and was advised by him to have Uriel Shock sent up to him.
So we went to the medical examiner's office?
She did.
She did, yeah. Following making sure that Uriel went to the medical examiner, what was your next step in this case, sir?
I interviewed the 3 ladies that had lunch with Miss Nix at the Beef O'Brady's.
And who would that be?
If I can look at my notes.
If you need to refresh recollection, please do so, then look up when you're ready.
Okay. One of the ladies was Judy Terrell. The second lady was Miss Brenda Knight. And the third lady was Barbara Knight.
And as far as this case, I guess you conducted a couple more interviews, is that correct, of some people?
I did.
Who else did you interview in the case?
Her sister, Kayla's sister, the mother of Uriel Shock, and her brother-in-law.
Okay. And who was that? Refresh your recollection, sir, and look up.
Kayla's sister is Rebecca, and the brother-in-law's name is Jonathan Tucker.
And sir, does that conclude your involvement in the case?
It does.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Defense, Cross? Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You indicated when you first got there that you saw Nay Nix.
I did.
Okay, do you know him?
I do.
Okay, and how long have you known him?
I don't know him personally. I just know of him personally.
Know of him.
Yes.
And what was he doing?
He was on his knees in the grass, and he was crying.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw Tracy Nix also.
I did.
And what was she doing?
She was walking around. She was hysterical, frantic. She wasn't screaming. She was just, you can tell when somebody is not normal walking around in a frantic state.
Okay. Anything else that you noticed about Tracy Nix?
Nothing other than that. I was there a brief time.
All right. And you never saw her go behind the barn?
Let me look at my notes to see. No, I never seen her go behind the barn.
Thank you. I have no further questions, John.
All right, regret? No, Your Honor. All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you, officer. You're excused from your subpoena. You can go wherever you need to go.
Yes, sir.
All right, state, call the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State would call Detective Shane Ward.
All right, Shane. Come on out and get him sworn in.
And does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, plaintiff calls defendant Cardi B as a hostile witness.
Thank you.
Ma'am, may I please have you stand right next to the court reporter? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Dorothy Marlene Saunders.
May I please have you spell it?
The whole thing?
First last name is second.
Okay. VELCALMANZA.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Ms. Almanzar. Do you prefer I call you Ms. Almanzar, Cardi B, or it doesn't matter?
I mean, y'all been calling me Cardi B.
You feeling better today?
Maybe.
And I'll need you to speak up, man.
Yeah.
Hard to hear you.
Yeah, a little better.
Your birth date is October 11, 1992.
Yes.
You're left-handed.
Yes.
Are you the firstborn child?
To my mom.
Did you take any medication, drugs, or alcohol that would affect your ability to testify today?
No.
On the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair?
I quite don't remember. I do know I had a hoodie on.
Okay. Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde and long. Which one is your real hair? Or are they both real?
They're wigs.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then. Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion limiting that violates the motion limiting the order.
Assistant Counsel, you go back.
Your fingernails, can you show them to us for all of us to see? How long are those fingernails? Just your best estimate. I want you to take a ruler to it, but if you were to give your estimate, is that half an inch, 1 inch, 2
I
inch?
think it has to be less than an inch.
And
Way less than an inch.
Can you show them to us again? All right. Are they pointy?
These are not, to me, are not pointy. They're like circle, oval,
Okay. Are those your real nails or are they fake nails?
fake nails.
If I wanted you to change them to 3-inch nails, how long would it take for you to do that right now?
Well, it really depends. Like these are like glued on, so they will be a little bit quicker. Sometimes I do acrylic, which can last me on for 2 weeks. I will literally have to take like 2 hours to melt them off if they're acrylically on.
On December 24th, 2018, do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
December?
I'm sorry. February 24th of 2018. Do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
I'm looking at sir, what's a yes or no?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Do you know Dr. Aziz Olai, who's in that building?
No,
Do you know Miss Parsi, who's in that building?
no,
Do you know Brianne Saraya, who's in that building?
no.
Who do you know in that building?
Well, at the time, I went to see Dr. Finke. I had an appointment with him that day. So that's who I went to see that day. Do I personally know him? No.
When you went to see him, were you seeing him as a friend or as a patient?
As a patient,
And when you went to see him, it was a Saturday, correct?
yes.
And you filled out an intake form, and you signed some other documents that he would be your treating doctor, correct?
No, for that day, yes.
Yeah.
I don't live in LA,
I
so
understand. You came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, correct?
Jersey and Atlanta.
I understand. So when you went to see Dr. Finke on February 24th of 2018, when you went to see him, you went to see him as a patient, correct?
Yes.
And you got medical treatment from him, whether it was for 1 minute or an hour or longer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much time did you...
You need to answer yes or no.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long did you spend with the doctor that day?
I'll say about 25 to 30 minutes. Around that time. Not that much.
And when you were there on that date with Dr. Finke, did he examine you?
Yes, he examined my baby for a little bit.
And what baby was that? What number?
Number 1.
Oh, that was the first child you ever had.
That's my first child, yes.
And you were 25 years old at the time.
Yes.
You're aware that plaintiff was the same age as you at the time?
No. No.
Besides examination, what did Dr. Finke do for you? That
Objection. Assisting. We're not here for her medical care.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you keep Dr. Finke's... Well, strike that. Who referred you to Dr. Finke?
I asked somebody to find me like a very upscale private doctor. So I was like, I need to go to the doctor's like tomorrow. Like I feel so weird. And they were like, we're gonna find somebody. And that's just how it goes.
When you were outside in the hallway, before you entered Dr. Finke's office, did you see this individual, Imani Ellis, in the hallway?
She was waiting for, she was right in front. As soon as the door of the elevator opened, she was waiting, I guess, for the elevator. She was going inside the elevator.
And you were coming outside of the elevator?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was when this occurred?
About, I guess, like in the afternoon, 1 o'clock, around there. Yeah, 1 something.
Have you ever seen Dr. Finke either before or after February 24th of 2018?
No.
When you went to Dr. Finke's office, your security guard drove you there?
Yes.
And his name is Karan Newton?
He was my security guard. Yes.
Did you have more than one?
It depends, but he was just my main one, yes, at the time.
Did he go up with you to the medical appointment?
No, I didn't want him to know that I was going to a OBGYN. So,
You didn't want your security guard to know that?
no,
Why?
well, first, I didn't want people to know that I was pregnant. Second, I was a little like, I don't want a guy that I work with to know I'm going to a vagina doctor.
Did you trust your security guard?
In certain ways, yes. In certain ways, no. I don't know. Sometimes you just really don't trust everybody in your business. You don't want everybody in your business.
Do you remember what floor you were on when you exited the elevator?
The 5th floor.
At any time did your security guard come into the building after learning about there being some kind of incident in the building?
He was waiting for me, like, not necessarily like inside. He was like waiting for me, like by the exit, like by the door, around there. Yeah.
Do you remember the building?
Yes.
Do you remember
Well, I kind of remember, but I do know that he was waiting for me by the door.
And you're talking about the lobby area where
Yes.
you take the stairs up?
Mm-hmm.
So he was inside the building or right outside?
I don't really recall, but he was like, maybe it wasn't the inside, it wasn't the outside, but he wasn't like in, like deep in. He was like waiting for me by the door. And the door, he had it open for me to come out.
All right. So would you consider that your security guard was with you at the time, whether it was upstairs, downstairs? In your mind, would you agree that your security guard was with you at the building? Is that fair? Was your security guard with you in the lobby of the building at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard on February 24, 2018?
In the lobby, yes, when I was exiting. When I was
But
exiting.
He was in the lobby with you,
In the
right?
lobby. I can't say he was with me because we was leaving. He never went upstairs, so.
Do you know if your security guard, Karan Newton, spoke with Miss Ellis at any time that day?
He did not tell me he spoke to her at all.
Do you know if he did?
He told me he didn't. So I'm
Did
going to
you
go with
ask
his
him?
word. No, because I was like, I told him like what happened upstairs. He was like, damn, I should have went upstairs. But he never told me that he spoke or seen her. So I wouldn't know.
You came to this courthouse with another fine gentleman security guard, correct?
Yes.
Objection, relevance, sustained.
And when you go to different places with your security guard, if an incident occurs where you're threatened or you're injured or anything happens,
Yes.
aren't they supposed to come help you?
Objection, relevance,
Well,
sustained.
Why don't we move on?
You don't have to answer. When the incident occurred, did you call your security guard or send him a text message or do anything to let your security guard who was with you know that something happened where you wanted his help?
Objection, argumentative as to with you.
I told him like, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened upstairs. And he was like, what happened? And I practically told him like, I'll tell you later, like when I leave. I'm like, wait for me. But I told him like, wait for me downstairs, like by the door. And that's what I told him.
If you were in any danger, would you call your security guard or would you call the police or would you call both? Or do nothing? Did you feel that you were in danger on February 24th, 2018 when you were upstairs on the 5th floor?
For like those 50 seconds, yeah. After I went to my to my appointment and like the argument just passed me, I didn't even mind it anymore. 'Cause
Did your attorney show you a photograph of Dr. Finke to refresh your recollection as to who the doctor was that you saw on that date?
yes,
And you had a different set of attorneys before, in 2022 and 2023. Did they do the same thing?
no, they didn't.
So, do you know what's discovery?
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Oh, honey, I don't know what that means.
What is special interrogatory?
I do not know.
What are requests for admissions? You don't know, right? Is that fair? You don't know.
No.
You do know?
No.
Okay. And when your attorney responded to the written discovery on your behalf, did he or she show you the discovery responses? Did they email you a copy of it?
I mean, I will have to see what you're asking me.
I will show it to you. May I approach, Your Honor? You show her the discovery only? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you identify it, please?
Yes. I will show it to you. So for identification purposes, it is form interrogatories, set 1, dated September 30th of 2022.
You're telling me that's what it is?
That's what it is? Okay. Just coming to show you this document. You can take a look at these pages. Did your attorney show you those documents at any time in your life?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think so. No. Whoa.
And I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, your responses, which were drafted and served on January 17th of 2023. May I approach, Your Honor? All right. We'll show you these documents as well. You can take a look at those documents. Do you ever remember receiving these documents from anyone, whether it was your attorney, the attorney's paralegal, a family member, anybody? Did they ever show you these documents when they responded on your behalf?
This one I saw. This one I saw.
Okay. You saw that one?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go over it with you. On the one that you're on the right, if you can look at 12.1. You see the question, 12.1? It would be, I believe, on the 6th or 7th page. And it will ask if there are any witnesses to this incident.
Yeah. Well, can you
There's not a question for you.
point it to me?
I'm sorry?
Point
Show
it
it
to
to you?
me. Yeah. Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor? All right. It's on page 5, under 12.1.
Mm-hmm.
Did your attorney ask you if there were any witnesses to this incident?
Yes.
All right, we're going to avoid attorney-client privilege conversation.
And the relevance, Your Honor, this is a discovery issue that the subject.
Not a discovery issue, Your Honor. I'm asking her questions about if there's any witnesses, and it's for impeachment purposes. Okay, and if you look at the response, there's a response there in the 50-page document to your left. May I show it to her, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Sorry, can you identify by page and line? I'm not sure
Sure.
what it means by showing it.
I can show it to you first if you'd like.
I just, what do you,
I wanted her to talk about the response.
all right.
That's. These are the questions. May I read the question when I go back to my seat? I will show you.
It's your direct counsel.
Thank you. So first, I want to ask you if this is your signature on page 47. Is that your signature?
It could be, because if it's like by electronic, that's how I sign. Like,
And the question that I showed you, 12.1, let's say you want to read it or you want me to read it to you?
you can read it.
State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who witnessed the incident. This is A, so paragraph A. Or the events occurring immediately before or after the incident.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the question is.
Yes.
As you sit here today, would you, is it your testimony that Dr. Finke is a witness to the incident?
Absolutely.
He is a witness.
Yes. She knows. She was there.
Is Dr. Finke outside speaking with you?
Outside where?
On February 24, 2018.
Outside like,
In the hallway.
yes.
He came out of his office?
Yes.
And your response in 12.1, this is what you responded with your attorney's assistance. I won't hold you 100% at fault for it, but question,
Your Honor,
I withdraw,
assistant.
I apologize. The response is, responding party incorporates by reference the preliminary statement and general objections set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Imani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. And then it says, unknown staff / employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discovery is continuing. Were you at Cedars-Sinai Hospital or Cedars-Sinai Medical Center when this incident occurred?
No.
Okay.
But to my knowledge, Dr. Finke works also for Cedars-Sinai, but we wasn't for Cedars-Sinai.
Is there any reason why your attorney or your prior attorney? Yes, sir.
We're not going to.
And at the time when you saw Dr. Finke, you knew his name at that time, correct?
I didn't know his name. And for a while, when I was getting asked by lawyers like his name and like the receptionist's name, I didn't know it because I saw him one time. So I kind of like just forgot about him.
But when your attorney asked you for the name for purposes of trial, then you did remember the name.
I didn't remember the name. I told him there was 2 witnesses, the receptionist and the doctor. I told him it was a doctor. My doctor came out at the time, the guy that checked me, and the receptionist. She knows. She was there. He was there.
Who knows?
The plaintiff. She knows.
How do you know she knows?
Because that's who separated. That's who separated and got in between us while we was verbally arguing.
Who got in between you?
The female receptionist, she came out first and she started like telling her like, "You're security, what are you doing?" And then that's when the doctor came out. He was like, go to my office. And that's when I just walked away, and that was the last of it.
Okay, and 12.1 question. 12.1 subparagraph D. State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who you or anyone acting on your behalf claim has knowledge of the incident. You just testified that Karan Newton was downstairs in the lobby on the date of the incident. You also testified that you told him different things about the incident. What is the reason, this is the question, what is the reason you did not disclose Karan Newton's name in discovery?
Because he wasn't upstairs.
And wait for the objection. It's a question.
The person mischaracterizes the testimony, it's compound, it's irrelevant to the merits of the case.
Sustain.
In written discovery, were you asked to provide the name of your security guard?
Your Honor,
Yeah, but why don't we? I don't know what you're trying to impeach her on, because she hasn't testified to anything yet. You're saying it's impeachment, but you're not impeaching anything.
Did you respond to special interrogatory set 1 through your attorney?
Your Honor.
All right, the court's going to sustain its own 352 objection. Why don't you move on?
Do you consider Karan Newton to be a witness in this case?
No,
Sustained. Counsel, I need you to move on. This case isn't about discovery. You might want to move on to what it is about.
Is Tierra Malcolm a witness to this case?
Counsel, please.
Do you know of who the witnesses are today?
All right, we're going to take a break, folks. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll resume at 3:55. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research.
Good morning, Ms. Cardi B.
Good morning.
So, when we were discussing yesterday at the end, we were talking about the issue where you testified that Miss Ellis was recording you with her cell phone. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what type of cell phone she was using at the time?
I'm not quite sure. I just remember it was square.
What color was the cell phone?
It had a case. It definitely had a case. But
When-
I'm not sure.
Do you know if the type of phone that she was using when she was recording you, would a light go on, or would some kind of noise?
It didn't have a light. It didn't have a light.
So, if the cell phone was facing Miss Ellis, I'm assuming it was. Well, let me ask you that. Was the cell phone that you're talking about, was it facing you or was it facing Miss Ellis?
The camera was facing me. When I got off the elevator, her phone was here. Then when I was walking and she was behind me, and then she said, "Oh my God, y'all, Cardi B, Cardi B." I looked back and the camera was like right there, like practically on her chest type stuff. I'm like, "Yo, why are you recording me?"
Okay. And you've seen, like, police officers where they have a camera on the front of them. Have you ever seen that, where a police officer will have that?
I never seen that, but that was her phone, not a camera.
I understand, but I'm saying, have you ever seen a security officer, a police officer have a special camera on their chest which records what occurs in front of them?
relevance, Your Honor.
I'm not saying she was recording you. I am asking you this question. If she was recording you, why does it matter?
Because she's a security guard and I'm going to a doctor's office. It definitely mattered.
You were causing a disturbance. Maybe
I
she
wasn't
wanted to
causing
record
a
you.
disturbance.
Time out. Let's not talk over each other, number one. Wait for him to finish
Sorry.
asking the question before you answer.
Do you own the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I was walking to a doctor's office.
Do you agree that you were a guest in that building? You were
Yes.
a visitor, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. When a security officer tells you to leave, are you supposed to leave?
Objection, Your
Yes or
Honor.
no?
Sustained, it's asked and answered. We covered this yesterday.
You were causing a disturbance in the building.
She started the disturbance.
Did you
I'm
also...
sorry, ma'am, if you hear an objection, please wait.
Oh, sorry.
I'm fine.
Okay.
That should pass.
What's wrong?
Do you remember yesterday you said that there was a verbal altercation between the two of you? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And an altercation is a fight, isn't it? It's a verbal fight. You had a verbal fight with her.
Asked and answered?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Sustained.
You used the F word during that fight, didn't you?
Yes.
What other words did you use? Tell us in your own words what you said.
I said, on my face. Why are you in my face? Why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?
Tell it
Why
to
are
her
you-
now. Go ahead.
Huh?
Say it again. Say it.
Objection, Your Honor.
You want me to say it to
I
her
want
face?
you to tell it to her face what you said on that day so she can hear it for
The
herself
objection
again.
is sustained.
And, Your Honor, do we have civility in the
Yeah.
courthouse?
Why don't we just take the temperature down a little bit? If you have factual questions to ask her, please do so. It's not the time to argue with her.
What were the words that you used when you got off the elevator to this security guard who is no longer a security guard at this time?
Objection, argumentative, and also covered yesterday.
It's been covered several times, so it's asked and answered. The objection sustained.
What did you tell Amani Ellis yesterday?
Counsel, you need to move on.
What were you holding in your hand at the time when you got off the elevator?
Objection, excuse me, argumentative.
Overruled.
Nothing, correct? You weren't holding anything, were you?
No.
You had both of your hands free to do whatever you wanted to do, correct? Yes or no?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes or
Yes, yes.
no? Okay. And if you wanted to scratch or cut her face with your right hand or your left hand, if you wanted to do it, you could have done it, correct?
But
You're
I
not
didn't.
disabled,
But
right?
I didn't because I had a baby inside me.
How did she
Time
know?
out. Time out. Let's slow down the pace just a little bit, both for the opportunity to give objections and for the court reporter. What was the objection?
Argumentative, relevance.
Overruled.
And again, I would ask that counsel lower his voice. This isn't.
So, Your Honor, I was told yesterday that my voice was too low by others, so that's why it's a little bit higher today, so that everybody can hear what I could say, as well as the witness.
I think that there's a difference between volume and tone. I think the volume is fine, the tone is a little bit argumentative.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I apologize for that. I will try to do my best to tone it down. So, again, I will ask you to tell us and admit to this fact that you are not disabled, correct?
I'm not what?
Are you disabled?
At that moment, no.
No. Are you disabled?
Overruled.
Are you disabled? Yes or no?
At that moment, when you're pregnant, I'm very disabled. You want me to tell you the
Okay.
things I can't do?
Fine. What was your disability on February 24th of 2018? What was your disability?
I was pregnant. I couldn't protect myself, even if I wanted to. She's like twice my size.
No problem, no problem. Let me ask you this. How many
Counsel, if you
months
ask a
pregnant
question,
were
you need
you?
to wait for the answer.
Okay, yes.
You done, man?
How many months pregnant were you?
I was around 13 to 12 weeks.
Months? 4 months? 3 months?
Mm-hmm.
3 to 4 months. Fair enough? Did you have a bulging belly?
No, I didn't.
Did Miss Imani Ellis know that you were pregnant?
Objection, cultural speculation.
Do you know if Imani Ellis knew that you were pregnant when you walked out of that elevator?
No,
on that
I
day?
didn't know. But she knows that I'm a patient. When you're a patient to go see a medical anything, you shouldn't even try to fight nobody. You don't know what disability they have.
Okay. Now let me ask you this question. When you say you were disabled, were you disabled in your upper extremity, your arms? Were your arms disabled? The reason I'm asking is I want to make it very clear for everybody that your arms can go up and down, and they could go up and down now, and they could go up and down on that day as well. You agree to this?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered in a different way. And I guess that's fine.
I'll let, you can answer this once. Please don't ask it again.
If my arms were disabled? No, my arms weren't disabled. No.
Can you raise your arms up now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you? You don't have to do it physically. I'm saying, are you able to do it?
Yes.
And on that day, you were able to do it as well, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
Okay. That's all I'm asking. Aside from your disability of being 3 to 4 months pregnant, did you have any other disabilities?
No. No.
Do you have a disabled placard? Are you legally disabled in any way?
Why don't you move on, counsel?
And the hoodie that you had on, was it, what color was it? Was it black, white, yellow, purple, pink?
I really don't remember.
And was the hoodie over your head or
Yes.
no? You wore it for what reason over your head? To protect your identity?
It could be very. I don't really want people to recognize me. My hair not done, my makeup not done. I probably just woke up. A lot of reasons.
And when you went there in the afternoon at 1:30 p.m., had you just woken up at that moment? Well, shortly before 1:30 p.m. on a Saturday?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
When you went to the building at 1:30 p.m., were you fasting or you had eaten something before you went to see the doctor?
Assisting.
Now, when you saw Miss Imani Ellis and you got out of the elevator, not asking who did what, I'm asking was there any contact between you and her of any kind? What that means is fingers to fingers, shoes to shoes, knees to knees, any contact between you and Imani Ellis of any kind. Was there? Yes or no?
No.
So she didn't touch you, correct?
No.
So if somebody comes here and testifies that she did do something to you physically, you disagree with that testimony, or you will, correct?
She didn't touch me.
Okay.
She didn't get to touch me. No. She was going to touch me, but she didn't get to touch
When you
me.
say she was going to touch you, how do you know that? You
Because
assume?
we were chest to chest at one point.
So then your chest did touch, right?
I'll say that, but you did say when I got off the elevator,
Okay.
we
Let's-
we walked a little bit. That's when we got chest to chest. When we got off the elevator, we didn't do no contact.
I understand. So here's how we're going to do this. The date of the incident is February 24th of 2018. You agree?
Yes.
Now I'm going to talk to you about the whole day. Not just the minute you got off the elevator. When I say the whole day, from the moment you got off the elevator, you saw Imani Ellis, you had your fight with her, whether it was verbal or not. At some point, she went away or you went away.
Mm-hmm.
So during that segment of time of your life, which was how many minutes in your opinion? 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute?
It was probably like a minute 45. It was so quick.
Perfect.
It was really quick.
Perfect. So from during the 1 minute and 45 seconds,
No.
Mischaracterizes.
I didn't say 1
You
minute
know,
45
we haven't
seconds.
had a question yet. Please phrase one that's intelligible.
during the few minutes or 1 minute or whatever minutes it was that you were with Imani Ellis, during that period of time of your life and her life, during that segment, just told us now, during that time period, at some point, you were chest to chest. You agree?
Yes.
There was physical contact between her chest and your chest, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had the chest-to-chest contact, at that moment, were you angry?
I was mostly nervous.
Were you angry?
Yes, I was angry.
How angry were you?
Depends on the level of angry, to be
Right.
honest with you.
Let's talk about the level. I'm going to go from a scale of 1 to 10. On the scale of 1 to 10, what was the level of your anger when you were chest to chest with this person
Objection.
on the date of the incident?
Sorry. Objection taken. Taking this.
You were at a high level of anger when you were chest to chest with her, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't think I was like on a high level of angry. I was more on a high level of concern. Very concerned.
And why were you concerned?
Because I'm pregnant and this girl's about to beat my. Hello?
Hello. Hello, I'm here. So, when she was going to beat you, like you just testified, what did she do to have you believe that she was going to beat you? What did she do?
She was on my face, chest to chest, and while we arguing, she's backing me. So we practically arguing, and I'm backing, and she's like walking forward.
Right. And she's, you said she's bigger than you, is that correct?
Absolutely.
How do you know that?
I mean, look.
I'm looking, I don't agree with that. What is your basis? Are you saying she's physically bigger, she's taller?
I mean, you have her medical records,
I don't
right?
have anything. I want asking you the questions.
I mean, I was 130 pounds at that time.
So she's overweight, right? In your opinion.
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
She's a little.
You don't need to answer me.
Okay. Did you make fun of her that she was overweight when you were there in the hallway?
I don't think so.
Did you call her fat?
No, I was calling her a. Yes.
Do you think that's respectful to call a security guard a bitch?
Objection,
Sustained.
relevant.
Is that how you talk to everybody?
Objection,
Sustained.
Now, you said you felt, I don't know the words. Let's go back to it. Did you feel scared, threatened, afraid at the moment your chest was touching?
Absolutely.
You were scared?
Absolutely.
And you had your cell phone on you, right?
I did, but she's in my face.
That's fine.
Just focus on the question and just answer.
Did you use your cell phone to call Karan Newton, your security guard, who was downstairs, or the police?
objection,
Did you call anybody?
vague and
For help.
Overruled.
When I got inside the doctor's office and I said like on the little bed thing, I told him, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened. Meet me downstairs when I leave. I'm gonna call you when I leave.
If you were really scared and really afraid, isn't it true that you could have called your security guards to come upstairs and help you? Or you could have called the police. That was a possibility because you had your phone in your hand, correct?
Objection, compound mischaracterizes the testimony that the phone was in my hand.
Sustained.
You had your phone in your pocket on the date of the incident?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Can we agree that you didn't call your security guard to help you after the incident, correct? To help you. You did call him, but you didn't call him to come upstairs.
I apologize, I thought you said mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled.
You know.
I didn't call him to help me. It was already done. It was done.
Okay, now let's talk about the fingernails. Okay, fingernails.
Something new?
Well, I want to show a couple of things about the fingernails. So, this side of the ruler, okay, is 2 centimeters. You need me to bring it closer, or can you see it from there?
Objection, Your Honor, if you went over this yesterday.
I'm sorry.
2 centimeters.
Overruled.
You know the size of 2 centimeters? How big it is?
Ask and answer, yes.
I have like an understanding of how it would be. Yeah.
2 centimeters is a little bit less than an inch. Okay? Now, Miss Imani Ellis had a scar to her face of 2 centimeters long, and she received plastic surgery for that. And my question to you is, did you at any time see a scar on Miss Imani Ellis's face, or a cut, or a scrape, at any time during the time of the incident?
No. And she couldn't get a scratch from me because I didn't touch her.
I understand that's what you're saying. I get it. Did you look at Miss Imani Ellis's left cheek at any time during the incident? Did you specifically look for that because you thought there might be a scar on her face? Or did you not look?
Object. Compound and relevant.
Listening.
Did you look at Miss Imani Ellis's face when you were arguing with her at the time of the incident?
I was looking at her face, but I wasn't looking like, she got a pimple on her face? No, I wasn't looking at her details or anything.
Go on page 6, C 377239, State of Nevada versus Devin Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present in custody. Ms. Patrick is here on her behalf. Mr. Giordani and Ms. Griffith are here on behalf of the state. Mr. Dave, time set for sentencing. Are both parties prepared to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor.
All right, state, this is a stipulated sentence. Anything you want to add?
I do just a couple of things, Judge. First, we have 3 victim speakers. I asked that they permitted me speak last.
Okay.
We obviously went to a settlement conference. We stipulated this sentence. I think that the life tale reflects the gravity and the haunting nature of the facts. As you know, the defendant not only murdered her ex, but then desecrated his body by decapitating him and putting chemicals on his body, causing it to burn. The defendant admitted to the fatal blow. She never admitted to the decapitation portion, but the evidence was overwhelming that it was obviously her who did it. Another haunting fact, and something that should be concerning, which supports the life tale, is that the defendant had a corollary child abuse case that pre-existed this. We reviewed, Ms. Griffith and I reviewed the minutes in that case, and it appears that 2 days after she murdered and decapitated her ex, she appeared in court in front of another judge in this courthouse and made representations that she was staying out of trouble, and obviously had that on her conscience at the time, walked right back out of the courthouse, and then ultimately was developed as our suspect and arrested. We take this case very seriously, obviously the family does as well. We believe the sentence reflects the gravity of the crime, so we will submit it. We do have some updates on CTS, which was wrong in the PSI.
Correct. I calculated the credit at 455 days as of today.
Okay, that sounds correct.
Because I calculated it in regards to she was on probation when this offense occurred. She then got that sentence imposed. She was released on that sentence, so she started accumulating the credit on that day, and I have it at 455 days as of today.
Yes, and we also have restitution requests. We've now received documentation.
Actually, I did not receive documentation.
Right, we just received it this morning. We showed it to Mr. Patrick. It's supposed to be $5,000 to VOC.
I have that.
$1,923 to James Willett.
Hold on just one second. $1,923?
Yes.
To whom?
James Willett.
Okay.
And $2,500 to Yoko Willett.
How do you spell the first name?
Y-O-K-O.
Okay. Mr. Patrick, have you seen this?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, what's your position in regards to the restitution?
They had the documentation, we're okay with it.
Okay, State, I'm gonna need you to file that documentation, because pursuant to the new case law, I can't order restitution without documentation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right? Ms. Michaels, what, if anything, would you like to say before I pronounce sentence against you?
There's so much I want to say. Jonathan was very special, very unique, and I know no matter what I say at this moment, I know right now no one in the family is going to believe me. I know right now no one in the family feels that I am innocent at any point, and I understand that, but I can actually prove my innocence. I actually can, and I'm not going to stop fighting to prove my innocence. I have more than enough, and Jonathan deserves to have the actual person who's guilty behind bars. I was helping Jonathan. I can show that I was trying to help him, and this I know is hurting the family, and I can see it in your faces, and I know your hearts are angry, and they should be, and I'm angry for you. And this is not fair to you. This has been dragging out for almost 2 years. It's not fair to you. And it's not fair to his children. Any of them. And it's not right. It really isn't. It's not. I've seen so much that it's just terrible. The way that they manipulated and altered and deleted things is wrong. They should not be able to do it, and they have. And for you to be able to look me in the eye knowing that the things are altered and...
You pled guilty, ma'am.
Ms. Michaels, you are not to address the state. You are to
I'm not
address me.
addressing
You are.
the state. I
You're addressing Mr.
apologize.
Giordani. You are going to address me. What do
My
you want me to
apologies.
say? What do you want to say to me?
My apologies. I wasn't trying to address the state directly. It's just, I was told. I was just told one thing after another, and I truly believed that we were going to do the right thing, and it just didn't happen. I am so sorry for all of this, but I am so sorry. But I didn't do this, and I didn't know this would end up like this. I really didn't. And I will forever apologize to the family. But I don't know how to fix any of this anymore. I don't. I keep listening to what everyone tells me is the best thing to do. Just do this and it'll work out this way, and follow this advice and we'll do this. And I keep listening to the people because they keep saying this is the best advice. It doesn't turn out the way they tell me it will. And it just gets worse and worse. And I don't know what to do anymore.
Judge, I'm not comfortable with this record. I'm willing to let her out of her plea if the court is inclined.
I don't know how to fix this.
All right.
It's just, this wouldn't be appropriate.
I completely understand.
Let's go to trial.
Mr. Giordani. All right. Ms. Michael, Judge Mr. Giordani says that he's willing to let you out of your plea, and he's willing to try this case. And you understand that he's willing to try this case on an open murder. So a jury can convict you of a first-degree murder. You understand that? Or do you want to talk to Mr. Patrick about it?
I don't want to talk to Mr. Patrick. He didn't listen to anything I
Miss
said.
Michaels, I need you to understand what I'm saying to you and answer my question.
Yes.
Do you want to withdraw your plea and go to trial?
Yes, please.
All right. This plea is going to be withdrawn. Mr. Patrick, I need you to have some discussions with your client about...
Your Honor, I move to withdraw at this time. This case needs to go back to the appointed counsel.
Miss
I will-
Michaels, hold on just one second. Miss Michaels, you need to conduct yourself like this is a courtroom. If you cannot do that, then they're going to remove you because I still have business to conduct.
Yes.
Do you understand? Mr. Patrick?
Judge, respectfully, I move to withdraw and have this case sent back to Office of Appointed Counsel. I am not in a position to accept appointment on this case should it go to trial at this time.
All right. All right, I'm going to have to reach out to the Office of Appointed Counsel and get her a lawyer that's going to be appointed with the understanding this case is 2 years old. This case is not going to sit stagnant and wait and wait and wait around for a trial. So I'm going to reach out to Ms. Bush myself and have a discussion with her in regards to the appointment of counsel because this is not going to be, this case has been delayed extensively, and this case is not going to further be delayed so that there is no justice for everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
And, Your Honor, if I may, that's one of the other reasons, because with Barry Edwards, it would be late next year before I would even consider putting this on as a trial.
Well, I'll reach out to Ms. Bush.
Understood.
July 31st. 9 a.m.
And, Your Honor, do you grant my motion to withdraw, please?
Yes, I'm going to grant your motion to withdraw.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Tierra Malcolm. Spell it?
Yes, please.
Tierra Malcolm Malcolm.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Okay.
What, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Malcolm. My name is Peter Anderson, and we just have a few questions. I'll try and make it as quick as possible. Where were you working in February of 2018?
Women's care, OBGYN doctor's office.
Thank you. And do you recall an encounter between Cardi B and the woman to my left?
Yes.
Okay. What was your position at the doctor's office in February 2018?
A receptionist, front office.
Okay. And did Cardi B have an appointment that day?
Yes.
Was it a Saturday?
Yes.
Was there, to your knowledge, were there any other offices that were open that day?
No.
And do you remember the time of the appointment?
It was the end of, we purposely closed, so we had early day, maybe between 12 and 1, I'm assuming.
Okay. And what do you mean by purposefully closed?
For Cardi B. We
To
didn't want anyone there.
To maintain privacy?
Yes.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, how did you learn that there was an encounter between the two?
Well, I was waiting for Cardi B's arrival, and I heard commotion out in the hallway, and there was a door to exit right where I was sitting. So I opened the door and I looked, and I heard and saw the commotion, and that's how I learned that something was going on outside.
Could you please describe for the jury what you heard and saw when you opened the door?
I saw them in the corner, Cardi B's back to the wall, and just a lot of arguing and, just confrontation.
Okay. Do you recall anything that plaintiff Ms. Ellis said?
It was just very argumentative as far as, cursing and, just be this, be that. I don't know if I can curse, but.
So we've heard just about everything so far. So
It's been one of those trials.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I immediately walked over there and got in between them and was like, whoa, my thing was I'm at work, so the first thing that really came out of my mouth is to Miss Ellis, just as far as, what are you doing? You're at work, go back to your post. And then I don't know how long it was, but I couldn't get her. I just wanted everything to go away. I just was trying to calm everything down, take Cardi B into the office, and I was trying to go. It was my sister's baby shower, so I was trying to get out of there. But that wasn't on my mind then. But just to calm the situation down and get her into the office.
How did Ms. Ellis respond?
I don't even know if she heard what I asked, because it was just more of just being upset and no, I'm not going to do that, and just them still exchanging words even with me in between.
Yeah. Was Miss Ellis yelling at Cardi B?
I mean, it was pretty loud for me to hear. It was still the same volume from when I can hear them while I was in the office down the hall. So I would say so.
Was Miss Ellis cursing at Cardi B?
There was definitely curse words, yes, on her end.
When you were there, did Miss Ellis attempt to strike Cardi B?
There was hands going while I was in the middle. I know no one landed, or I was, I didn't even realize, I guess because my adrenaline, that I had a mark on my forehead. So besides me getting a scratch, nobody, as far as them two, hit each other.
Who scratched you?
Based off of, like I said, I didn't know that I even got scratched until I went into the office, and the nurse was like, "Tiara, your forehead." But I can only assume Cardi B was behind me, because that was my main concern.
Objection calls for speculation.
So Cardi B was behind you, and you were facing who?
I was facing Miss Ellis.
And you got hit on your forehead and didn't even realize it at that point.
Yeah, blood.
Just let him finish the question.
Oh, sorry.
And so you got hit, you were facing Miss Ellis, and she was swinging away?
I can say there was definitely, people talk and like this type of action going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were hit on your forehead, which was facing Miss Ellis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
After, just going back and forth, Dr. Finke came out. Once he came out, I believe, after that, I don't even really remember what was said, but I know I continued to take Cardi B into the office, to her exam room, and then I went back to the front.
Okay. Did you witness Dr. Finke try to get Miss Ellis to leave the hallway?
Yes, that's what kind of, since he came out and he was talking to her, that's what kind of distracted her, gave us the opportunity to just go into the office.
Okay. And do you recall anything that he said to her?
I think he was on the same temperature as me. Just, you're at work. Why are you up here? Go back, downstairs. And what are you doing? Type of energy.
Okay. And so you turned around and escorted Cardi B into the doctor's office?
Yes, I followed behind her to go to the exam room.
When you were face to face with Miss Ellis, I take it you could see her face?
Yes.
Did you see any scratches on her face?
No.
Did you see any cuts on her face?
No.
Did you see any blood on her face?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face?
No.
Did you see any spit or spittle on her face?
No.
Did anyone spit in that encounter?
Objection calls for speculation.
While you were there, ma'am.
While I was there, no.
Did you hear Miss Ellis yell at Cardi B, and excuse my language, "I will fuck your shit up"?
Something, something along those words.
At any point in time in that confrontation, did Cardi B hit Miss Ellis?
No.
At any point in that confrontation, did Cardi B cut Miss Ellis with Cardi's fingernails?
Objection calls for speculation.
While you were there?
Over.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B use the N-word, excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, no, did you hear Cardi B use the N-word? You know what I mean by the N-word?
Yeah. No.
After this encounter, and Cardi B had gotten into the doctor's office. At any point after that, did you talk to the building management about what had happened?
Yes, that was a Saturday. So Monday, my supervisor and Dr. Finke wanted to make a report since there was an incident, and the importance of making sure our patients, their privacy isn't compromised. So yeah, they asked me to go downstairs with them or with my supervisor and make a report.
After this incident, did plaintiff call you? Miss Ellis call you?
It was, yes, there was a call transferred to my line. It was her on the other end of the call.
How long after the incident? How long after February 24 of 2018?
Maybe, I can't recall exactly, but at least within, 3 months. It wasn't right after, but it wasn't too long after.
Can you tell us what the sum and substance of that conversation was?
Just kind of upset about what happened. She got fired. She couldn't believe that happened and wanted, I guess, to see if I can assist in any way since I was there. I pretty much replied as respectful as I could and just said, this is my place of work and I really can't have anything to do with this.
And was there any other thoughts that you had when she told you, did she tell you she was planning on suing Cardi B?
I don't remember word for word, but based off of our conversation, I assumed that was probably going to be one of her steps. But in my mind, I just was kind of shocked that she was calling based off of what took place. I figured, she was at fault, so that was surprising that she would call me.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you all for coming back. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Tiara Malcolm. When Miss Imani Ellis called you several months later and asked you to help her, what is the reason that you chose not to do so?
Well, main reason, I didn't feel like she was in the right. I felt like based off of her position, working at the office, everything was handled unprofessionally, and going back and forth. No, she didn't work at our office, but clearly Cardi B was a patient going, she had a purpose at that building where she worked at. So I didn't feel, I don't know what I would help her with. I don't think if I told my truth it would help her. So.
Were you aware that Miss Ellis was a security guard at your building?
Yes.
Do you understand that the security guard is supposed to go from floor to floor to make sure everything is safe? Are you aware of that?
I don't know the rules.
I'm sorry, what was your objection?
Irrelevant.
Assisting.
Had you ever seen Miss Ellis on other days aside from the date of the incident? And I will represent to you the date of the incident for purposes of all my questions will be February 24th of 2018.
I believe that was the first day I seen her there.
Okay. When you saw her, when you got to work, did you see her anywhere in the building?
No.
What time did you get to work?
On a Saturday, maybe around 8.
8 a.m.? Okay. And had you ever spoken to Miss Ellis before the date of the incident?
No.
Is there any reason why, when you would go to work at the 8920 building, Wilshire Boulevard building, for how long had you been working there before the date of the incident?
For about 7 years, just about.
And During those 7 years, did you see other security guards in the building?
Actually, relevant.
And when Ms. Ellis's attorneys asked you to cooperate and sign a declaration, did you do that?
A form.
Not a form. Did you ever sign a declaration under penalty of perjury on August 26, 2025, which would be yesterday?
A declaration. Sorry, I'm not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Relevant, Your Honor?
Did you give permission to the other side to sign a declaration under penalty of perjury in this case?
Okay.
Have you ever signed any document related to this incident?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
Did you make any type of formal complaint to the building about this incident?
I'm making this as formal.
When my supervisor wanted to make a complaint, since I was there, yeah, that's when I went downstairs with my supervisor.
And who did you make a complaint to?
Douglas Emmett, the property management manager that managed the building.
Okay. And what was your complaint? What did you say?
They just wanted me to tell them what happened and the concern of the privacy of for our patients.
Are you a Cardi B fan?
I know her music. I guess I listen to her music. I listen to hip hop.
Okay. And you like her music, right?
Objection, relevance.
Yes?
Yeah, she's talented.
All right. Have you ever gone to any of her concerts?
No.
Have you ever, well, I withdraw that. Okay. And for purposes of the visit on Saturday, the doctor's office decided to close to give her a special appearance to see the doctor, correct?
Objection. I manage it.
I withdraw the question. When Cardi B came to the office, the purpose of her coming to your office was to see Dr. Finke for medical care, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you went outside into the hallway, the confrontation that you testified about was already occurring before you got there, correct?
Yes, that's what made me go outside.
All right. Do you know for about how long this confrontation was going on before you made your way outside?
I was sitting there waiting, so as soon as I heard the noise, it wasn't that seconds after was when I heard it, so I don't think it was going on that long.
Okay. Did Cardi B, while you were there, in any way touch Miss Ellis?
No.
Did Miss Ellis in any way touch Cardi B while you were there?
No.
When you got there, were they chest to chest? Were they touching chest to chest?
I couldn't really see Cardi B because she was kind of cornered with her back against the wall. I really just saw Miss Ellis in front of her, and that's what made me rush and get in between them.
Okay. And when you say you saw her back against the wall, how were you able to see her back from where you were standing?
Objection, mischaracterized.
Were you assuming that, I withdraw the question, were you assuming that Cardi B's back was up against the wall when you saw that?
No, I'm not assuming. I could see it because I literally looked down the hall when I opened the door.
And was Cardi B's back actually touching the wall or was close to the wall?
I don't know if it was touching her. It was close. So I didn't.
And you know that this incident happened 7.5 years ago, correct?
Yes,
And
that's
you
why I
remember all
don't
these-
remember if her back was touching or
Right.
inches away. But
Yeah.
I know it was very close to the wall.
And it was a very long time ago, so how did you remember all these details? Did you write them down somewhere? Did you record it? Or is this just off of memory from 7.5 years ago?
I just remember. There's certain things I remember when I was 4. I just remember because it was a confrontation and
I was sitting there ready to go because I had to drive all the way to Tarzana. And it was a story that I had to my sister coming back, like, you can't believe why I was late type of story.
Right.
So.
And your purpose of coming here is to help Cardi B or help Miss Ellis?
My purpose is to tell the truth.
Of course.
That's my purpose.
And when Miss Ellis or her attorney tried to reach out to you, you refused to speak with them, correct? But when Cardi B's attorneys spoke to you and reached out to you, you talked to them immediately and you signed a declaration for them on the spot, correct?
Judge, Your Honor.
When you were there and you got in between the two of them, I want you to think of it like a hamburger bun. You're the hamburger and the two of them are the buns. How did you get in between them? Did you physically push them apart? Did they magically back up from one another? How did you get in between them? How?
Just like you said, it was 7 years ago. So I'm walking upset because of what I'm seeing.
Right.
And that's just how I am when I see I mean, it's not like I see it all the time, but seeing what was going on, I just immediately, that's just what I did. I didn't really think about, I didn't really have a plan. That's just what I did to try to calm it down.
Okay. And Miss Ellis, who's sitting to my left, you heard her cursing at Cardi B on the date of the incident?
Yes.
You actually heard profanity.
I actually heard profanity.
Many different ones.
Yes.
How do you know it wasn't Cardi B that was using the profanity?
They have two different voices.
Okay. Was Cardi B using any profanities on the date of the incident?
Yes, she was upset.
Did she use profanity?
Profanity, yes.
F word,
curse words.
bitch, F you, all that, correct?
Yes.
And you don't really know what happened before you got there, correct? You have no way of knowing.
I wasn't there before I got there.
So if there was any physical contact, whether it was spitting, scratching or cutting someone's face, you wouldn't know that because you weren't there during that time period before you got there, correct? Do you understand my question? Let me withdraw it. In the, let's just call it the 40 to 50 seconds while there was a confrontation, I'll give you that estimated time. During the 40 to 50 minutes of seconds when they had their confrontation, you would have no way of knowing what happened during that duration of time because you weren't there. Is that fair?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I only heard.
No, anything could have happened, right?
Session for speculation.
Correct?
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Imani Ellis could have hit Cardi B.
Counsel, she wasn't there.
Okay,
So-
I withdraw it. When you saw Cardi B that day, you spent time with her, right? In your medical office, correct?
Not a lot of time, but I spent the time from taking her to her exam room, making sure she was okay, and once the last patient was checked in, I was out of there.
Okay. And how long did you spend with her?
Not that long, maybe a minute, if that.
When the patient went
You mean
into-
when we went into the, just to make sure you're saying,
No.
when we went into the office, how long did I spend with her? Yeah, maybe.
15 minutes, half an hour?
No, I was still ready to go. Maybe a minute.
Did you notice that she was wearing, do you notice that she had fingernails? Did you look at her fingernails?
I don't remember that.
Did you notice that Cardi B had long fingernails on the date of the incident?
Objection, this characterizes the evidence and argument.
Did you see the size of Cardi B's fingernails on the date of the incident?
I don't remember her having or seeing her nails.
And have you ever seen her before? Does she wear long fingernails?
I don't know what she wears.
On the date of the incident, would you agree that because you did not look at her fingernails, you have no idea as to how long the fingernails were on the date of the incident?
Objection.
True?
Calls for speculation, lights no appreciation.
When you said that you saw arms flying, you also testified a moment ago that you weren't sure whose arms were flying, correct?
Mischaracterized. testimony?
Overruled.
I believe I stated I was facing Miss Ellis. So Cardi B was behind me.
Right.
So I could only see the arms that were flying in front of me. I can't recall. She was behind me, so
Right.
I think I would have felt something behind me.
Okay. So if Cardi B had taken a swing, you would not be able to see that.
Most likely I would. Oh, sorry.
See, I'm not talking about feeling. Would you agree that because Cardi B was behind you, if she took a swing without touching your body, you would not be able to see that? True?
Mischaracterizes the testimony and is cultural speculation.
Overruled.
I didn't see her hands flying on the side of me.
I understand that. But
Yeah.
again, I would like to know the answer to this question.
What was your question? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Of course. So the question is, because you were facing Imani Ellis, you have no idea what Cardi B was doing at that moment, right?
Objection.
So if Cardi B was...
She was pretty much like the back of this chair. That's how close she was to me.
I understand.
So I didn't feel anything or see any hands come from behind me.
Understood. But if Cardi B took a swing, because you were not facing her and you were focusing on Imani Ellis, and you don't have eyes in the
No,
back
I
of
didn't
your
see
head,
her hands.
you would not be able to know what she was doing.
Right.
So if she took a swing, you wouldn't be able to know. Fair?
Okay, yeah. Let's see.
As far as the... What would you characterize the injury to your forehead?
A cut. It was just bleeding a little bit.
It was bleeding.
Yes.
Okay. How did that cut get there? I withdraw the question. Did that scratch or cut or anything get there at the time of this incident?
Yes, it definitely wasn't there before I went outside.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to get into this. There's only three options, and you could add more if you want, but I'm going to give you three. The cut came from you, the cut came from Ellis, or the cut came from Cardi B. Or make up your own. Where did the cut come from? And if you don't know, you can say, I don't know. Do you know?
It definitely didn't come from me.
Okay, so that's out. You got two more.
And
Ellis and Cardi B. Or
Cardi
your own.
was behind me, so the only assumption that I had was it was from Miss Ellis because she was facing me.
Okay. But did you ever see Miss Ellis take her fingers or her hand or any other object and cause damage to your head? Did you ever see that?
I seen hands trying to reach over me, so like I said, the adrenaline and everything was going so fast. But being that she was in front of me and hands were going like this, that's the only realistic assumption I can have is that that's why I got cut.
Okay. But you're assuming, correct?
Objection.
I think you're asking her to assume, counsel.
Are you assuming?
Your Honor, objection.
Yeah, why don't we move on?
How do you know that Cardi B's fingernail didn't cut your forehead?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
She was behind me.
You don't need to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Did Dr. Finke see the cut to your forehead?
I believe so. His nurse is the one who pointed it out.
Did you receive any medical treatment for that cut?
No. I just put some alcohol, alcohol
All right. So
swab.
you agree that something physical happened when the three of you were there because you got cut to your face. Is that fair? Something physical happened.
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
If I got cut, I guess so. I don't.
Okay. So would you agree that there was a physical fight?
No.
So you just got cut from the air?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did Miss Imani Ellis have any fingernails?
I don't remember if she had fingernails.
Was Imani Ellis angry at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Was Cardi B angry at the time of the incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And back to the hamburger question, did you at any point use your hands to separate the two of them, Imani Ellis and Cardi B?
No.
So did you just squeeze yourself in? How did you get in there?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you had the conversation with Miss Ellis on the phone, did you actually speak with her?
Yes.
You
On the
didn't?
phone. Yes.
Yeah. And let me ask you, when you were on the telephone, did she tell you anything, Miss Ellis, when she was talking to you that day?
From what I can remember, just being upset about what happened, her no longer being employed there, and I don't remember the word for word.
Okay. So she, Miss Ellis, was basically asking you to assist her in some way to be her witness, correct? That was the purpose of the call?
Objection. Calls for speculation. Purpose.
Did Miss Ellis's attorney contact you?
I don't remember that.
Did Miss Ellis ever come inside your office at any time between the date of the incident and today?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Do you know if Miss Ellis spoke with Dr. Finke at any point?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
As far as your background, do you have any professional degrees?
I got my AA at West LA College. I'm a real estate agent. That's about it.
Good. And have you ever been convicted of a felony?
No.
And aside from Dr. Finke's office, were you working other places during that time period? Or was that your main job?
That was my main job.
And at this time, you no longer work there, correct?
No.
And on the date of the incident, because Cardi B was your patient, you felt that it was necessary to go outside to bring her inside to help her get inside for the medical appointment, correct?
Objection relevant. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, you're right.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the jury? Oh, you have one? Okay, please. All right, I think these questions are appropriate. Ma'am, when you did you actually close your office to maintain privacy for Cardi B?
Yes.
And when you do that, was it your custom and practice to also notify the building security?
I honestly don't know if that was done or not.
Did you normally do that, or were you?
That wasn't my task, no.
Okay. Do you recall the N-word coming out of Cardi B's mouth?
No.
Can you describe Cardi B's emotional state during and after the incident?
Upset, emotional, worried about the reason why she was there. I don't know if I'm sure. But.
You don't know the details?
No, I don't know
in terms of the medical issues? I mean, testimonies that she was there for a pregnancy checkup.
Yeah, so just concerned about that and being upset about her privacy.
Did you notice whether Miss Ellis had a phone or a camera during the incident?
She had a phone in her hand.
She did have a phone in her hand?
Yes.
All right. Those are the questions that I think are appropriate. Any follow-up from defense?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right. For plaintiff?
Yes, just one follow-up, Your Honor. The day when when you decided to close your office to have a medical appointment, that was a Saturday. Is your medical office usually open on Saturday?
Yes.
And you usually close around 1:30 or 2 or 3, or you go all day?
No, it's half the day. So usually, from what I can remember, the last patient was around noon or 11:45 noon, somewhere around there.
Isn't it true that Cardi B was the last patient of the day?
Yeah, she was the last patient. So we finished our morning and we made sure she was the last one.
You work right there. I'm sorry. Do you work on Sundays as well?
No.
And the half a day on Saturdays when you're there, were you in charge of closing the office?
Your Honor, this is outside the scope of the questions.
Sustained.
No further questions.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Subject to recall.
Did you subpoena her?
No.
Then I don't think it's subject to recall. All right.
Well, I would agree with the last thing you said, which is I will look at this the way I need to, because Ms. Notley, this is a very difficult decision for me. The factors I have to consider include what's the appropriate punishment, what's necessary to protect society and the public, and what rehabilitation, and do you want rehabilitation, is possible. Every factor comes into play in this case. And what I have to decide, looking at each of those factors, is what happened. What I find frustrating about this case is that I'm the one that said bond. There was no OR bond, no EMU, and the prosecutor didn't want there to be any restrictions on the bail pre-trial. And I've never seen a case with these charges without some restrictions on bail. And I never understood this case until I got the sentencing memos on Friday. Because no one ever shared any of the facts with me, or any of the damage, or anything that happened to the young man in this case. And now that I understand everything that happened, I do think that the most important factor that I need to look at is what's the proper punishment in this case. So let me say that there's several rehabilitation issues here, and I take them seriously. Dr. Bassman has sat in this witness stand, and he has testified, and he has been cross-examined by me. And in many sexual offense cases, he's providing a report. He's got a great program. So does ODRC. Same program. I am concerned about the need for rehabilitation and the desire to be rehabilitated I don't know how sincere that is because Ms. Nutley didn't start until after she pled guilty. And I have seen many defendants in this courtroom begin their rehabilitation, begin their treatment the day they get arrested, the day they talk to their attorney, long before it comes to sentencing. And I have a whole long track record of how they were doing, whether probation was a good idea. And in this case, I don't have that record, and I'm not sure what to do about the fact that Ms. Nutley, you waited until after you pled guilty. But more importantly, no one's really addressed the alcohol substance abuse issue that was in a court clinic report and in the facts. It's my understanding from the facts that I was given, that it was the officer's statement, the text messages, the information that I have is that she was under the influence of alcohol, drunk, 2 bottles of wine at the Christmas party at the school on one of these days that the sexual battery occurred. And there's nothing about that. I don't hear any treatment for alcohol abuse. I don't hear any acknowledgement that that is part of the problem or any want to be rehabilitated. And I think when you look at the court clinic's recommendation that there be treatment for both sex offense and alcohol abuse, I think that makes this even harder for a person to be successful on probation. So when I look at the factors, yes, the victim in this case was 17 years old, a student at the school, being counseled and supervised by an educator who he trusted, a person in power over him, a person who was supposed to be protecting him. And it's that relationship, your power over him, that gave you access to him, that gave you the opportunity to commit this crime at the school. And that is all the factors that make this a more serious case than normally a normal situation that constitutes sexual battery, all weigh in favor of a prison term. On the other hand, recidivism is another factor I have to consider. And you haven't committed a crime, you haven't been prosecuted for anything in your life, you have not been accused of this behavior in any other way, and I am going to ignore the statements and the materials that I have that there may be other situations or there may be other children who didn't want to come forward. I really cannot consider that. So I am just looking at the facts of this situation. But when I look at recidivism and a low risk that you have of reoffending, I worry about the alcohol abuse again. Because if that is what was causing the behavior and the terrible judgment, is it the depression? Is it your own trauma that you've had in your life that you know you can get treatment for? You know how to ask for help. This is part of your training, and your job is to ask for help for your students. You know how to ask for help for yourself. But you didn't do that. And if you didn't treat your trauma, you didn't treat your depression, your substance abuse, then I do worry that there could be this could happen again. So recidivism is an issue for me. But really, this final factor that I look at is remorse. And I was so looking forward to you speaking today because I really wanted you to tell me that you were remorseful. And I didn't want you to use those words. I don't care if you don't say the word apology. But, what I was looking for was for you to say that you acknowledge the harm that you caused this young man and pretty much ruined the rest of his high school career. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. I don't even know if you read the reports from his family, the letters from his family. But what I learned from reading that is that your behavior destroyed his confidence in himself, his education, his college career, his scholarships for sports, his relationships. He feels guilty. He feels shame, and he's the victim. I didn't hear or see anything that you acknowledge that. Ms. Nutley, you caused him the same trauma you suffered as a child of sex abuse. You knew what this would do to him. He shut out his family, he shut out his friends. That whole period of time between, I don't know when the relationship ended, honestly, I don't know any of the details about what happened after the last day in the indictment, December of 23, but it's not until October of 24. So 10 months, I see from the materials that you wanted him to keep your secret. And you encouraged him, and you paid him money, and you gave him favors, whatever you were doing. He was keeping your secret. That's what destroyed him. Because he hadn't have family, he didn't have friends, he had no one to talk to. And the way his father described the way his life changed, and didn't understand what was going on with him during that time because he didn't know anything about the sexual abuse. And you're trying to make him keep this secret. He lived with his negative feelings, he felt guilt and shame, he was traumatized. He was not letting anyone help him because he was protecting you instead of you protecting him. Before the sexual offense, he had a mom and a dad and a sister and teachers who described him as happy and goofy and athletic and loving and hardworking, and a young man who had a great life ahead of him. And all of that is gone. He's not in treatment, from what I understand, which is very sad, because that's what he needs. He did not sign with any school, so he doesn't have a lacrosse scholarship for college. He lost his spirituality, he became angry and cynical, and he distrusts people. I didn't hear any remorse for causing any of that. And that's what I was looking for. And I will say to this young man, because I just described you in a way that your family and friends and teachers described you, is that it is my hope that when this case is over and I sentence Ms. Nutley to what I hope is a just sentence, taking all these factors in, that you will be able to see how brave you have been to come forward and how courageous you have been to tell your story, first to your parents and then to the police. Because what you are doing is protecting other young men from being sexually abused by their teachers in many ways. Because you can show people you can be brave and you can speak out and you can tell the truth and your life will get better. You don't feel that way today, I'm sure, but hopefully in a few years, in a short time, you'll be able to seek the help and the treatment that you need, and that you'll be proud of yourself for doing this. So back to the sentencing factors, I left off at remorse, which I do not find genuine remorse in this case. And there's another factor I wanted to address that the detective put in his statement, and the prosecutor, Ms. Dieters, mentioned about what happened in this case now that we know all the facts. what are they thinking about what's the sentence going to be? Because I agree with Ms. Dieters. If they think they're just going to get a slap on the wrist, then why not? And I do consider that to an extent. And putting this all together and thinking this through, and I have been giving this a lot of thought, because if anybody knows me, they know that sentencing is the hardest thing I do on this bench. First, I want to address the family who's asked for the maximum prison term, which is 5 years on count 1, 5 years on count 5, to be served consecutively. I do find I could make this consecutive findings, which means the possible maximum sentence is 10 years. And I considered that. And no one addressed the consecutive findings in any of their materials. The state's not asking for consecutive, but I looked it up and I thought about it and I've considered it. But when I balance everything, I do not think a 10-year prison term is the just term here. And you don't have to agree with me, but I just want you to know I did consider it seriously. And I did think about the officers, 18 months, because I thought that was an interesting number, and I appreciate today that you've adjusted that number. And I have looked at other cases. My staff looked up other cases. I think the median average was, the median and the average was 3 years on cases like this. And I did consider probation. Ms. Nutley, I think, talked to lawyers who practice in this courthouse. I love probation. I have a 90% success rate. Of the 90% of the people I've put on probation in the last 4 years have not gone to prison. I find that to be a success. But in this situation, I believe that the proper sentence is 3 years in prison on count 1, 3 years on count 5 to be served at the same time, for an aggregate sentence of 3 years in prison. The parole board must put you on a period of post-release control of 5 years after you get out of prison. And the sentences, and you are also subject to Tier 3 sex offender reporting restrictions, which I'll go over in just a moment. I will not require that you pay any fines, but you are required to pay court costs and a $30 reparations fee. I will put in my sentencing entry, Ms. Utley, I do take this very seriously, that there were comments that you had suicidal thoughts at one point. You went to the Lindner Center. There was comments from something I read, worried that you might have suicidal ideations yourself. So I will put in the sentencing entry that ODRC will be required to evaluate you and the jail, if you'll start at the jail, for a suicide ideation and provide all precautions necessary at the time that you're taken into custody. I want you to know, Ms. Nutley, I thought about this very seriously, and I do hope that you have hope and don't feel that this is the end of your life and career and relationship with your family, because this is a punishment and it will end, and you will come home and you will get treatment and you will have access to substance abuse and sexual offense treatment in prison and on post-release control. The post-release control period, which I said is a mandatory 5 years, as part of that, the ODRC can add additional conditions. In addition, you are not allowed to leave the state when you're on post-release control, and unless you have permission from your parole officer. The parole board can also impose any other post-release restrictions, sanctions, or financial sanctions that they choose. And if you are released from prison and placed on post-release control and you violate one of those conditions, they can send you back to prison for up to 9 months. And if you have multiple violations, they can send you back to prison for up to 50% of your stated prison term. If you commit a new felony while you're on post-release control, the parole board can send you back to prison for the remaining post-release control period, or 12 months, whichever is greater. And if you're sentenced on that new felony to prison, you'd have to finish your prison term on this case before beginning a prison term on any new case. Days of credit, you are able to earn those while you're in prison. You can earn up to 15% off your sentence. Next, I would like to go over the explanation of the duties of a register as a sex offender or a child victim offender. First of all, Ms. Nutley will be a Tier 3 sex offender with notification requirements under the statute. I did not have a signed version of this form. Do you have a signed version for Ms. Nutley? Otherwise, she will need to sign it here in the courtroom.
I'll be submitted at the sentencing prepared then.
I'm going to fill this out and have her sign it when I'm done. She'll need to fill in her name and address and read and sign the form, but I'm going to go over it with her briefly. Ms. Ellie, you've been convicted of a sexually oriented offense or a child victim offense as defined by the law, and you are classified as a Tier 3 sex offender. You are required to register in person with the sheriff of the county in which you establish your residency after prison within 3 days of coming into the county. You must tell the sheriff of that county where you will be living, your education, where you'll be working, and if you have a change, you must make the sheriff aware of those changes within 3 days. You are required to provide the sheriff the temporary lodging information if your absence from the county will be for 7 days or more. After the date of the initial registration, you are required to periodically verify your residence address, employment, place of education in person at the county sheriff's office no earlier than 10 days prior to your verification date. If you change your residence, address, place of employment or education, you shall provide written notice of the change to the sheriff with whom you recently registered and to the sheriff in any county in which you intend to reside or work or go to school at least 20 days prior to any change and no later than 3 days after a change of employment. Remember, employment includes volunteering. You are further advised, in accordance with federal law, you must report any international travel to the sheriff within 21 days prior to travel. Failure to do so can result in further criminal prosecution. You shall provide written notice within 3 days of any change in vehicle, email, internet, or telephone information that you have registered or you use, and you must report that to the sheriff where you registered. You are required to comply with all of these requirements as a Tier 3 offender in person every 90 days. It's my understanding when you come home you will be living in Warren County, so this form will say that you are required to report to the sheriff in Hamilton County no later than 3 days upon your release. And the address will need to be added to the form for the sheriff registration in Warren County. So if you would fill that out, have her sign that, we'll make that part of the record today. A few more advisories for you, Ms. Nutley. This is a felony conviction. You are required to give a DNA sample to anyone authorized by state law. Failure to do so can result in further criminal punishment. You have the right to appeal my sentence. You have 30 days to file that appeal. If you cannot afford the documents or the costs, those will be waived. You are entitled to an attorney on appeal. If you cannot afford one, I'll appoint one for you at no cost to you. You can tell me now if you'd like me to appoint appellate counsel, or let me know within the next 30 days, or let your attorney know.
I'll speak with her about that, Judge. I'll let the court know.
Okay. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Yeah.
Ms. Nutley prepared to be taken in custody?
Yes, sir.
She needs to read and sign that form, and then you can take her into custody. Probably. You can come up with me. Oh, I thought you should move over here, because she's going to move past. Or you can back up. Copy. Shows.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Griffin, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are at this moment?
I'm 19.
And do you work?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I do sales at Iron Solar Pros.
At Iron what?
Ion Solar Pros.
Okay. Just keep your voice up, okay? You're soft spoken. And how long have you been working where you're working?
About 7 months.
7 months. And are you nervous?
Yes.
And prior to today's testimony, have you and I met?
Yes.
And why did we meet?
Because of this instance.
Now I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, okay? How old were you back then?
I was 16.
And were you in school?
I was.
Where were you in school?
I was a sophomore at Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
I played football and lacrosse.
Now, I want to direct your attention to around 6 p.m. on May 14th of 2022. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing around that time?
I was getting ready and headed over to one of my friend's houses.
And what friend's house were you going to?
My friend Natalia.
And did you go there with anybody?
I went with my buddy Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
He moved to Shelton in 8th grade, and we played football together ever since then.
And when you got to Natalia's house, did you stay long?
Decently, not terribly. We were there for a few hours.
A few hours. And when you got to Natalia's house, what kind of things were you doing there?
There was a small group of us. We were just hanging out. Had a drink or two. It was really it, just kind of sitting around, hanging out.
And when you said you had a drink or two, what kind of things were you drinking?
Beers.
Beers. And you said you had two beers?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come to leave Natalia's house at some point in time?
Yeah.
And why did you leave Natalia's house?
So me and Hines were a little bit bored, and we had known that our buddy Austin Leifer was throwing a party, and I'd grown up with him, so I gave him a text. And I was like, hey, do you mind if me and Hines came? He told us, yeah, feel free, come on over. So we had basically my cousin Tanner pick us up, and he dropped us off there.
Now you say Austin Leifer. How do you know Austin Leifer?
I've known him since we were young, 4th grade. We played sports together, went to school together.
And they were having a party at their house?
Yeah.
And where does Austin live, if you can recall?
I don't know the number, maybe 5, Lazy Brook Road.
Lazy Brook Road? Yeah. And so at some point, your cousin Tanner, Tanner who?
Czernowski.
Okay, and is he your blood relative?
No, we've just known each other since we were born.
Okay. And at some point, Tanner comes and picks you and who else up?
Ryan.
Okay, just the two of you?
Yeah.
And when he picks you up, where does he take you?
To Austin's house.
Okay. And when you get to Austin's house, around what time of night was it?
I'm not sure, maybe around 10.
Okay. And when you got to Austin's house, who got out of the car?
Me and Hines.
Okay. And did Tanner get out of the car?
No, he left.
So Tanner just dropped you off and left?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened during that sequence of events.
Me and Hines step out of the car, begin walking up the driveway.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you bring anything with you to Lazy Brook?
Hines had a 12-rack of beer.
12-pack of beer? What kind of beer was it?
I believe Bud Light.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, you and Hines, tell us what you and Hines did after that.
We began to go in. We entered the garage, and then we were encountered by 3 St. Joe's kids asking us basically who we were, which we expected. Like, what are we doing here, this and that. We told them Austin had invited us.
Sustained. I'm going to strike what Mr. Hines said or what the other person stated. So if you took a note on it, please discard it, strike it from your notes. It's not to be considered for evidence in this case, okay?
So without telling us what they said, did you have a conversation with these 3 individuals?
Yes.
And do you know who these 3 individuals were?
At that given time, they were just 3 SJ kids to me.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes.
And who are they?
Tyler DeSilva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valley.
Okay. And is Raul Valley in court today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant. You may proceed.
And does the defendant have a nickname?
Yes, Lito.
What is his nickname?
Lito.
Lito? So when you and Hines got to the St. Joe's party, the defendant and his 2 friends confronted you?
Yeah.
And Hines?
Yes.
And without telling us what anybody said, what was that confrontation like?
Between 2 dudes who never see each other, they were in a place where they were comfortable with, not knowing that was a place we were also comfortable with. So they were a little, who are you guys? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Kind of hostile, not really, but it escalates when one of them grabs Heinz's beer out of his hand. We move outside.
Well, let me stop you there. Before you move outside, does the defendant say anything to you or Hines when you're confronted by him and Tyler and Jack?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. And at some point in time, someone takes Heinz's beer?
Yes.
Who takes Heinz's beer?
Jack Snyder.
And when that happens, what's the reaction that, if anything, that Hines has at that moment?
He's pissed off that someone just grabbed his beer out of his hand. So we move outside afterwards. The 2 of them conclude that they'd fight for the beer back.
Okay. And the 2 of them that you're referring to?
Hines and Jack Snyder.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they confront each other as if they were going to fight?
Yes.
Were you present and witnessed that happening? And when that happened, what, if anything, can you tell us about where, withdrawing? Based on your recollection, do you know if Tyler De Silva was present at that moment.
Yes.
And where was he standing at that moment?
So Hines and Snyder are looking at each other. De Silva's to Snyder's left.
So if you're Brian and I'm
De Silva's right there.
So he's over to Jack's left.
Yes.
Okay. Was the defendant present when this was happening?
Yes.
And when do you recall where he was standing before when Jack and
he was right here to Hines.
Behind him, to his right,
like peripheral.
Okay. Now, what do you recall about what happened next when you were witnessing this?
They both put their hands up. They're about to begin fighting, and the first punch was thrown, but by Lito from the back, and it hit Hines in this back side of the head, and then Hines instantly takes Snyder to the ground.
So if you're Jack and I'm Ryan, the defendant is here, and he punches Ryan in the face from behind?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, when that happens, what occurs next?
Hines instantly takes him to the ground, and this is like a 30-second thing that from start to finish. And once he gets to the ground, a girl they all knew was like trying to break it up. Lito had a motorcycle helmet on. He had taken it off and struck Hines with it once or twice, hit him in the head.
Now, when the fight starts after the defendant punches Ryan from behind, does anybody else jump in the fight?
Once they get to the ground, Lito hits him with the helmet. So yeah, I guess that's jumping into the fight.
Did Tyler jump into the fight?
The way they fell, I only saw like his upper body. I didn't see any fists, so maybe he kicked, but I'm not here to say this.
So at some point in time, Jack and Ryan are engaged in a fight, and what do you witness the defendant do?
Hit him with the motorcycle helmet.
So he comes over and hits him with the helmet. How does he hit him with the helmet?
Takes it off and strikes him down on it twice, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall what Tyler De Silva was wearing that night?
A powder blue jersey. It was open, like a white shirt on, I think jeans.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
Also a powder blue shirt with black, I think, sweatpants.
And do you recall what Jack Snyder was wearing that night?
A red hoodie and black sweatpants.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 53?
Yes.
And what is 53?
A picture of Jack Snyder and the defendant.
And is this, did you take this picture?
No.
Now, is this how you remember what the defendant was wearing on the night in question?
Yes.
Okay. And is this picture accurately reflect what Jack was wearing that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I would offer it at this moment. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states 53.
Showing you states 53 again, now for the jury's benefit. Is that the defendant to the right there?
Yes.
And that's Jack Snyder to the left?
Yes.
And is that the motorcycle helmet that the defendant has on that you saw the defendant use during the fight with Ryan Hines?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you indicated that after the fight, it lasted about 30 seconds?
Maybe 40.
Okay. When the fight eventually ended, what, if anything, did you and or Ryan do next?
The mom comes out, Lifer's mom comes out running or yelling. Like obviously there's a fight in her driveway. Kind of just get up, gather his things, tries to find some of his beers they had spilt. I think he grabbed a couple of them. We headed down the driveway. We met a group of girls who had just witnessed that as well. And we had offered or asked them to bring us back to our friend's house, and they said yes. They brought us back to our friend Natalia's house. And then
when you went back to Natalia's house, Let me ask you this. Between the time you were at 5 Lazy Brook to the time you went back to Natalia's house, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
When you got back to Natalia's house, how long would you say you were at Natalia's house for when the girls dropped you off?
Maybe around like 10, 15 minutes.
And when you were at Natalia's house, were you drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Did you observe Ryan Hines drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Now, at some point in time between leaving Lazy Brook Road and getting to Natalia's house, was there any communication between you or anybody else over any type of messaging?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, occurred between the time you left Natalia's house, well, withdrawn. At some point in time, you were there for how long?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and at some point you left?
Yes.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Close friend of mine, Charlie Connery, had given me a call, had heard about what happens with Hines, and he said he was coming to grab us.
Without telling us what he said.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't tell us what he said. Did Charlie Connery call you?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Charlie Connery?
Yes.
And did you tell him what you observed at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did somebody pick you up at Natalia's house?
Yes.
And who picked you up?
Charlie.
And when he picked you up, where did you go?
To Tyler Rich's house.
Okay. Now, between the time you left Natalia's house, the time you got to Tyler Rich's house, were there any communications between, we'll call it, you and your Shelton friends and the St. Joe's kids?
Yeah, some had begun.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that was without telling us what people said?
We were in a basketball group chat.
What does that mean, basketball group chat?
It means that prior to this incident, it was an existing group chat. There was 2 other St. Joe's kids in it that we hung out with, and we would go play basketball, pickup games, kid stuff. And once this had happened, a few people were added into the group chat, and then it became very argumentative, going back and forth because of the fight. And it was just boys talking crap to each other, beefing.
And were you in that group chat?
Yes.
And did you engage anybody in that group chat?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of things were you saying in that group chat?
We were talking crap back and forth. At one point, it was said within the group chat on their behalf of.
We can't tell us what they said, unless you know something that the defendant said. We just need to know the tone of it.
It was hostile, argumentative. We were both going back and forth. We were hot. Our boy had been jumped by 3 kids, so we were acting out of emotions, being like boys, just like talking shit back and forth.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. It's a full exhibit. Do you recognize State's 5?
Yes.
And what is State's 5?
The Rich's house.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
From the same town. We've always just kind of been around each other since we were younger.
You grew up with him?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
what time of night would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 11.
11-ish? Okay. Was it dark out? What was the lighting like?
Well, the sun was down, yeah, so it was nighttime, but the moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see outside.
Okay. Was it pitch black?
No.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, was this group chat, this basketball group chat between the Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids, did that continue when you were at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Was everybody that was withdrawn? How many people would you say were at Tyler Rich's house when you and Ryan got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 30, 40.
30, 40 kids? May approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 54?
I do.
And what is State's 54?
A picture of Faison Teal.
And how do you know Faison Teal?
I played football with him in high school.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Faison Teal looked like on or about 5/14 of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 55 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 55?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's 55?
It's Tommy Connery. It's Charlie's older brother. I've known their family for some time.
And how do you know? You've known him for some time?
Yeah.
And are you friends with Tommy or Charlie more? How does that?
I was friends with Charlie because he's a year older than me, so that made me be friends with Tommy as well.
And does this State's 55 accurately reflect what Tommy looked like on or around May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 56. You recognize 56?
Yes.
And what is State's 56?
Photo of Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
Once he moved to Shelton, we were kind of just boys from sports.
What kind of sports?
Football.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Ryan Hines looked like on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And finally, I'm going to show you State's 57. Do you recognize State's 57?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's 57?
It's a picture of my friend Jimmy, Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
When I first switched over to public schools in 3rd grade, I met him on the bus.
And does this picture accurately reflect Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
What he appeared like on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
Your Honor, without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits.
All right. Without objection, court will go ahead and take into evidence States 54, 55, 56, and 57, I believe.
I may have a moment.
It's okay. Madam Clerk, those went through 57, correct? Yes. Thank you.
Showing you States 54, now publishing that to the jury. States 54 is again.
Faison Teal.
And was Faison present at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you 55. What's 55 a picture of again?
A picture of Tommy Connery.
And was Tommy Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you 56. What is 56 again? Picture of who?
Ryan Hines.
It was Ryan Hines. Is that the same Ryan Hines you mentioned that was with you at Lazy Brook earlier in the night and went with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Finally, 57. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who 57 is?
Jimmy McGrath.
It was Jimmy McGrath at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house when you went there that night?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 12. Do you recognize States 12?
Yes.
And how do you recognize States 12?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with an Enrico Fiola or Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Played sports with him. I've known him since probably 6th grade.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Our families are friends.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
I grew up with him as well.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an Alex Bernstein?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Alex Bernstein?
He's Tanner's friend. That's how I met him.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th
Yes.
of 2022? And how about Jacob Villalobos? Are you familiar with Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Jacob?
He was my captain.
Captain for what?
Football.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen
Yes.
on May 14th of 2022? How about Matt Lockovich? Are you familiar with a Matt Lockovich?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also my football captain.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house at around 11 p.m., what kind of, you said there were about 30 kids there?
Yeah.
What kind of things were going on when you got to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Typical high school things, down in the basement, listening to music. A couple people had drinks.
Did you drink?
Not while I was at the Rich's, no.
I'm sorry?
Not while I was at the Rich's, no.
You didn't drink at all at Tyler Rich's house?
I could have had a beer.
Okay. Have you drank before?
Yeah, prior to Lazy Brook.
Okay. How about prior to May 14th of 2022? Have you ever had a beer before?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been intoxicated before?
Yeah.
On May 14th of 2022, were you intoxicated?
No.
Now, how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house while the group chat was going on?
Probably about like 25 minutes.
Okay. And after about 25 minutes, well, withdrawn. During that 25 minutes, did you say anything in that group chat with regards to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes. As we were all together going over this group chat, we're talking, they're talking. It was kind of just like I was collective. A couple people would tell them to pull up, so I did.
So you told them to pull up, and when you told them to pull up, how did they know where to get to?
I said the road name.
I'm sorry?
You said the road name.
Okay. And at some point in time, after that 25 minutes, did something happen that you became aware of outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
I'm not sure who, but someone had pointed out that there was a car outside. We kind of all collectively headed out through the back and went outside and saw the car.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor. Can I see?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. You recognize 49?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a overhead shot of what?
The Rich's household.
Okay, and that would be this house here to the left of 49, kind of covered by some trees with the 3 pickup trucks in the driveway.
Yeah.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah.
Trying to make the record reflect that I'm pointing to the house with the black, blue, and white truck parked in the driveway.
All right, so noted, thank you.
Now, at some point in time, a car arrives.
Yeah.
What kind of car was it?
I believe a Honda Pilot.
Showing you States 30. Is that the Honda Pilot you saw pull up or in the area of 42 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when this Honda Pilot pulled up, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you saw the car when you exited, well, withdrawn? When you were became aware that there was a car outside of Tyler Rich's house, what, if anything, did you do?
We all came outside. At first, it was like, where's the car? And then we had noticed closer to at like the bottom of the road, like where the road meets that road, a car was added to like the chain of cars that were there, and we had recognized that we didn't know what car that was. So we all kind of made our way over to it, realized that they were in the car.
Now I'm going to take you back now. Okay? Back up. This is State's Exhibit 6. Okay? Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Both.
Both, okay. When you became aware that there was a car that arrived in the area of Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Inside.
Okay, and where were you inside the house?
We were in the basement.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you heard there was a car that arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you exit the basement?
Yes.
How did you exit the basement?
Through like the umbilical doors in the back.
Loco doors?
Yeah.
So those are like the basement doors
Yeah.
that open like this? And what side of the house are the Bilco doors in? I'm showing you State 6. Can you show us where?
It's kind of blurry,
Can you
but
step down and point, Your Honor?
Certainly, that's fine. If he feels comfortable doing that.
May I approach you?
Certainly, of course.
You would go up there, here. You would point right here for the jury.
so right around here is the walkway entrance that brings you from around back.
Okay. So, Your Honor, the record can reflect that the witness pointed to this area just in front of the blue truck in State 6 in the back area where there appears to be an air conditioning unit. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. In this opening area here.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
And when you came out of the Bilco doors, are you able to describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 49 did you observe the car when you walked right out the Bilco doors? Not at first?
No, you came around the house.
So you came around the house. Did you come around the house? And for the jury and the record's benefit, did you come out this way where this patch of grass is just to the left of the blue truck?
Yeah. Sorry.
Did you walk down the driveway?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you walked to the driveway, did you walk to the end of the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got to the end of the driveway, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed at that moment.
We had noticed that the car was about where those trees are, equivalent parked right about there.
So if for the record's benefit, are you referring to these trees right here?
Yes.
So was the car parked in the middle of the road, side of the road?
It was pulled up onto the side.
On the side of the road. So right about here?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, the record can reflect there's trees at the bottom of State 49, the bottom right-hand group of trees just after the intersection of Laurel, Glen, and Adams.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
So the car was parked there?
Yeah.
When the car was parked there, did you approach the car?
Yeah, we all did.
Okay. And when you say you all did, how many people do you think approached the car, if you know?
At least 20.
Okay. And do you recall who was present when you approached the car?
In the car?
In your group? No, in your
group. Not specifically.
Okay. Was Tyler Rich present? If you recall.
I don't recall exactly who was outside.
So there was about 20 kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you approached the car, was the car facing towards Adams or away from Adams?
Away, down the road.
So if we're looking at approach your arms.
Okay.
This is stage 1. So when the car is parked, it's parked this way, facing towards Farmhouse Road?
Yes.
Okay. And you approached the car?
Yes.
And did you recognize anybody in the car?
Yes.
Who did you recognize in the car?
De Silva, Snyder, and Lito from Pryor at the Lifers.
So you noticed the defendant was in the car? Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva? Did you notice if there was anybody else in the car?
I think so, but I'm not sure who.
At that moment, you weren't sure who else was in the car? Now, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when your Shelton friends went out to the car?
They start talking, start going back and forth. We're saying stuff to them, they're saying stuff to us.
Was it a civil discussion? Was it argumentative?
Argumentative.
Okay. Did you say anything?
No, I was in the front. I wasn't at any windows.
You were in the front?
Yeah.
What do you mean you were in the front?
Like where I was standing, I was kind of looking through the windshield.
So if if the car is parked here on the right side in States 49, you were somewhere up here in front of the car?
Yeah.
Now, if this is the car here, are you directly in front of the car? Or are you? The side of the car?
I'm more towards the passenger side. Yeah.
So you're closer to the curb than you are to the center of the road.
Yeah.
Okay. But still in front of the car.
Yeah.
And how long would you say the interaction went on between your friends and the St. Joe's group?
A few minutes.
Okay. Do you recall who was driving the pilot that night?
Jack Snyder.
Okay. And do you recall, if you can, who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't recall. I just saw the powder blue in the front and back.
Okay. And you said about 5 minutes that interaction went on?
Yeah, a few.
And at some point in time, did something happen between your group of friends and the Snyder vehicle group of friends?
Yeah, they're talking back and forth, and then collectively people start like holding onto the roof racks and shaking it back and forth.
So your group started shaking the car? Okay. And what else? Excuse me. What else happened during that?
The car was on, so once that started happening, they put it in drive and drove forward, and had to like hop out of the way a little bit, and they sped down the road.
So you had to hop out of the way when the car drove down the road?
Yeah.
How was it being operated, if you recall?
Speeding, I guess.
And when you say it went down the road, it took off towards Farmhouse?
Farmhouse, yes.
Okay. And when it took off down the road towards Farmhouse, what, if anything, did you observe at that point?
What happens after they drive away is they continue to drive back and forth from the Rich's house, like up and down the road.
So they're driving in States 49 up and back down Laurel Glen?
Yeah, I'm not exactly positive if they hit a U-turn or if you see it's like a square, so I don't really remember if they drove the square or if they just busted a U-turn and came back and forth.
But they came
Yeah,
back and forth.
They crossed the house multiple times.
Okay,
yes.
and when they crossed the house multiple times, what, if anything, did you observe people from the car doing?
They were throwing things at us, we were throwing things at them.
What kind of things were they throwing at you?
I believe there was a WD-40 can, like a water jug of some sort.
Okay. And when those things were thrown at you guys, what, if anything, did you observe your group of friends do?
Throw it back.
You threw it back at them. Okay. Did you witness anybody throw anything and hit the car?
I don't recall if anyone hit the car.
Are you aware if the car was hit with anything?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they stop driving back and forth in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when they stopped doing that, what, if anything, did you observe as to where the car went?
They had moved towards where Farmhouse Lane is and stopped the car up like on the corner of it.
So for the jury's and the record's benefit, this is States 1. If we're looking at States 1, they're somewhere in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say they were in front? Did you see them in front of this house, or was it more towards the intersection?
I was far away, so...
So you couldn't tell exactly, but they were in this area?
Yeah, in that vicinity.
And Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness was saying they were in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse Road and 36th Road.
It's noted, thank you.
And when you were down the road, when you saw them, the car stop down the road, did you observe anything about the occupants of the car?
I think two of them had gotten out.
And could you see who got out of the car?
No, I could not see specifically.
Okay. And when you noticed those individuals get out of the car, what if anything, did you observe next?
Two of my friends, maybe more, but Ricky and Tyler began walking down to go speak with them.
And when you say Ricky, you mean Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
And when you say Tyler, you mean Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Okay. And they went down the road? Did you see them go down all the way down the road?
I saw them when they got pretty close, and then I had headed back inside.
Did you observe Tyler Rich or Ricky Fiola do anything when they were going down the road?
No.
Did you hear anything as to not what people said, but did you hear anything, any argument or anything down the road from where you were?
No.
Okay. And you say that at some point in time you went back into the house?
Yeah.
And when you went back into the house, how did you enter Tyler's house?
Same way I left, through the basement door.
So you walked. Before you get back into the house, can you show me on States 49 where you were standing when the car finally went down the road?
Yeah, I kind of like around the mailbox, like poked out in the road a little bit, just saw the boys walking down there.
So my finger's pointed in the road here, just in front of the mailbox on 49. Is that about where you were standing?
Yeah, in that general area.
Okay. And when you went back, your record can reflect my finger's pointing to the front of the mailbox, just about maybe 5 feet into the road.
Court will note it, thank you.
And when you went back into Tyler Rich's house, did you walk up the driveway and go inside the Bilko doors, or did you go in the house a different way?
I took the same route.
Okay. And when you were back in the house, when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, how long would you say you were in Tyler Rich's house for at that time?
A few minutes.
A few minutes. And when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, were you consuming any alcohol?
No.
And how many people would you say were inside the house when you went back inside the house at that moment?
Almost all of us.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back outside the house?
Yes.
And why did you go back outside the house?
Because they had came back.
When you say they had come back, who came back?
Well, when we got outside, Lito and De Silva were out of their car.
Okay. Now, show you States 52. Okay. Now, when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
The same route I had been taken. We veered a little left because they were approaching towards the yard.
I'll show you States 50. A little closer view. When you came out of Tyler Rich's house, you came out this side of the house where the Bilko doors were?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm pointing to the area just in front of, there's an opening between some trees in the house just in front of the blue truck here, right?
Yep.
Okay, and when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
Kind of.
Describe it.
Kind of like exactly where that blue truck is, and then went cut towards the grass.
So did you come down to the left side of the blue truck and go out to the right this way over to the cement block area, or did you go out of the side of the house and take a right in front of the blue truck past the black truck and come down the, we'll call it the driver's side of the black truck?
I mean, the blue truck wasn't there at the time,
Right,
so we kind of, just walked down like exactly where it is and then like bended into the grass.
So, if I may have a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to show you States 5. When you came out of the Bilko doors, right where this air conditioning unit is in front of the opening where this blue truck is, did you come down the left side of this blue truck and through the middle of between the blue truck and the white Jeep, or did you come down the passenger side of this blue truck towards this area?
The passenger side.
So you came out the Bilko door, took a quick left, and then down the grass area where the cobblestone block is?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you end up when you first went outside?
Like right in between that slab and red bush in that area.
Okay, so I'm showing you States. For the record, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is States 52.
Thank you.
This is obviously a more recent picture. Was this green tree here?
No.
Okay. And when you came down, can you point to the area in States 52 where you came, where you stood?
In this general vicinity right here.
Okay, so in the record reflect just above the area of this square cement, looks like possibly a septic cap thing here, and the red bush.
All right, so noted. Thank you.
And when you stood there, what was the lighting like at that point?
I think there might have been a light on from the driveway, like slightly illuminating. It was dim lit. Moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. You were able to see.
Did anybody have flashlights on?
Yeah.
Okay. What were they using to illuminate what was going on?
Phone flashlights.
Okay. And when you got outside, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed initially when you got to that area.
So when we get outside, the cars pulls up facing towards Adams, kind of like.
Do you know where it's parked in that picture, 52?
It's like the car would be right here. This would be the car.
So can the record reflect that the car is parked in 52 to the right lower area would appear to be the middle of the road?
Carl noted. Thank you. Cordell noted. Thank you.
So when the car was parked there, tell me what you observed.
Lito and De Silva hop out of the car, start approaching the property. Obviously, there's arguments going back and forth.
How were they approaching the property? Can you recall how they were approaching the property?
They were just or like if I was like how I saw them.
Yeah.
From my view, the one on the right was De Silva. Lito was on the left, so on Tyler's right.
So if I'm standing in that area where you pointed out in 52 between the red bush and what looks like to be the septic cap, we'll call it that, you see Tyler De Silva to your right and Lito to your left, the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anybody else with them?
The driver, but they were just alone out of the vehicle.
And when you observed Tyler and the defendant get out of the car, how many people from your group were outside?
Majority.
And do you recall if there was, not what people said, but do you recall if there was a verbal interaction between anybody from your group and the defendant and or Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, there was stuff being said back and forth.
What kind of things, not what they said, but what was the manner in which the things were being said?
Argumentative.
Okay. And was your group being argumentative?
Both parties.
So the defendant and Tyler De Silva were being argumentative back?
Yeah.
Did it look like they were trying to be peaceful?
No, but neither did we.
And so can you tell on States 52 where approximately you observed Tyler De Silva was as opposed to where the defendant was?
This would be probably about De Silva. Lito would be about right here.
And when there was an interaction between your group and the defendant and Mr. De Silva, where did that interaction, that verbal interaction, take place?
As they were walking up, a little bit on the grass as well.
A little bit on the grass just past the curb area?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was talking to, not what was said, who was talking to Tyler De Silva or arguing with Tyler De Silva at that moment? Do you recall?
A couple of people. Rich was arguing with him. He was also said some words towards both of them. Everyone was kind of talking.
So Tyler Rich was talking to Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, at one point, yeah.
Do you recall anybody else from your friend group talking to Tyler De Silva?
Not specifically.
Do you recall whether or not anybody was withdrawn? How far apart were Tyler De Silva and the defendant?
They weren't terribly far apart, maybe a couple feet, 5 to 8.
Okay. And do you recall who out of your group of friends was was anybody having a discussion or near the defendant at this moment?
Hines was near the area.
Ryan Hines was near the defendant?
My buddy Ty Wood was confronting him.
How do you know Ty Wood?
Known him my whole life. My sister and his brother were friends. We played sports together.
And obviously he was at the party that night as well? Who else, if anybody, do you recall being near the defendant at that moment?
I'm not sure of anyone else.
But your from what you recall Ty Wood and Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay. And how was the defendant's demeanor with regards to your friends Ryan Hines and Ty Wood?
They were both ready, just like ready to fight.
Okay.
Prepared.
And how long would you say there was this verbal altercation going on back and forth on May 14th of 2022?
Not very long. Maybe
When you say not very long, how?
a minute or two.
Okay. And after a minute or two, did something happen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed happen?
Ty and Lito had been arguing. It looked like Lito was about to swing on Ty, so Rich stepped in front and struck Lito.
So Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
Okay. And when Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
Well, the fight begins, and his whole interactions, or Lito's whole interactions, kind of get out of my view from the crowd of people that are all just in front of me, so I can't really see him. But then I see De Silva, and he starts getting into it, and then him and Rich actually end up in like a wrestling match, basically, in the lawn.
And who do you recall being in the area of Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva's fight?
Like Locke, Villalobos, Alex Bernstein was in the area.
When you say Locke, you mean Matt Locke?
Lockovich, yeah.
And Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
And Jacob Villalobos? Who else? Do you recall anybody else?
Not specifically, no.
And when you were observing the fight between Tyler De Silva and Tyler Rich, did you have an idea? Were you aware of what was going on with the defendant?
No.
Okay.
I knew he was in a fight. I could see it, but I couldn't see specifics.
Do you recall how many people he was in a fight with?
No.
Okay. And when the fight's going on, withdrawn, did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Matt Lockovich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry with any weapons on him that night? How about Mike Sampieri? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Charlie Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night? How about Tommy Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
No.
How about Faison Teal? Did you see any weapons on him?
No.
Did you see Jimmy during the fight?
Not during the fight.
Not during the fight. Do you know if he had any weapons on him?
He did not.
So when the fight's going on, you lose sight of what the defendant's doing, and you kind of focus on Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva. How long would you say you were? Well, did you move at any point in time from where you were during that fight?
I might have creeped about where that tree is, maybe right on the cement, just watching.
So you were in that general area?
I stayed in that area mainly.
Do you recall anybody being near you at the time?
Tanner
Chernowski was near you?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say that withdrawn? Tell us what you observed about the fight that you did observe.
It was quick. They were on the ground. I remember like they were wrestling, grabbing at each other. I saw like De Silva's whole back out because his shirt was like pulled up a little bit. They were just kind of wrestling, and then it wasn't very long, not a very long interaction. A couple of the dudes pick him up onto his feet, push him out into the street, and tell him to get lost, basically.
And when that occurs, at any point in time, did you observe the defendant do anything?
Yeah, so while the interaction with De Silva's ending, the defendant runs to the car. You see the car door open because the lights turn on from inside the car, and then he runs back into the fight.
And so, just so we're clear, States 52, during this point in time, you're somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
And that's between the square cement block septic cap here and this tree that was not there at the time?
Yeah.
And the car is somewhere in this area here, just in front of the mailbox, maybe like...
Maybe a little farther back as well.
Okay, maybe, so probably around just to the lower right-hand portion of 52. And you observe the defendant run to the car?
Yes.
And when you observe him run to the car, what does he do?
He runs back to the fight.
And when he runs back into the fight, Where did you observe where Tyler DeSilva was at this point?
He's kind of like in the road now at this point because he was pushed out into the road.
Was anybody fighting with Tyler DeSilva at that moment?
No.
Okay. And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, withdrawing, how would you describe the scene of the fight? Was it chaotic?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of kids?
A lot of kids.
And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, did you hear at that moment?
My buddy Charlie yells that he has a knife.
And when you heard Charlie yell that he has a knife, what, if anything, did you observe next?
I didn't observe. Like from that point, it was a crowd of people, and then it broke out in chaos. People started yelling, screaming, and then I had seen Jimmy, and he had these white shorts on. They were stained completely red, and I looked away, and a bunch of people flooded to him to help him.
States 57. Is that the outfit you recall Jimmy wearing the night of May 14th of 2022 with the white shorts?
Yes.
And when you saw Jimmy, withdrawing, when the defendant came back into the fight, did you observe a knife on him at that point?
I couldn't. I still had no eyes. I saw once he ran back from the car, I lost sight of him because of the crowd.
Okay. When you say there were a crowd, were there people in front of you where you were standing between the tree and the in that cement square in States 52?
Not many. Majority was more into the grass, which is where he was, and that's why I had the view I had of the car and the fight. And once he ran back towards the curb, he was not in my vision anymore.
Do you recall where Jimmy was at this moment? Did you see Jimmy?
I had known he was on the far side of the interaction.
Okay. And when you heard Charlie yell, "He's got a knife! He's got a knife!" You didn't observe the defendant with anything. What did you observe next after you heard that?
It erupted and everyone started screaming. Some people were crying, yelling, freaking out. Once I had noticed Jimmy, I was shocked. I was 16 years old. I didn't know what to do. And then I had noticed Charlie was freaking out because his brother Tommy had been stabbed, and Charlie was like my best friend at the time. So I had taken my hoodie off, gave it to him, was like put it on his leg.
Let's stop there. So what did you observe first about Jimmy? You saw Jimmy first?
I noticed the red on his shorts. That was what I noticed.
Did you hear him say anything?
I did not.
Did he do anything? Did you see him do anything?
He fell to the ground.
Okay. So you saw red on the shorts, and he fell to the ground. When you saw that happen, what did you do next?
I was moving towards him, and then like a couple people instantly grabbed onto him and were catering to him, and then I noticed Tommy and interacted with Charlie, gave him my hoodie.
Do you recall where Tommy was at that moment? If you don't, it's okay.
He was like in the middle of the yard.
Okay. And did you go up to Tommy?
I did.
And what did you observe about Tommy?
That he had been stabbed in the leg.
Okay. Do you recall if he had been stabbed more than once?
Yeah, I believe 3 or 4 times.
And when you saw that he was stabbed, what, if anything, did you do?
I had taken my hoodie off to give it. I gave it to Charlie first and told him to give it to Tommy. And wrap his leg.
And when that happened, what did you do next?
I ran back inside to look for anything, towels, water. While I was like searching for things, I believe I was with Tanner. We had noticed Hines was sitting, and I was like, "What are you doing, dude?" And he said he was catching his breath, and he was hunched over with his hand on his left side, holding it, and then he moved his hand, and we had noticed that he was bleeding, and we took him out. We were like, "Dude, like, come on, you got to get in the ambulance. You got to go," and then it kind of just all. Once everyone started getting treated, it was all just like a blur.
Where was Ryan stabbed?
He was stabbed once, like right beneath his armpit, and like the lower. I don't even know what this area is. Your lower side, and then right above his butt.
Okay. And do you recall where Tommy was stabbed?
In his thigh.
Do you recall if anybody else had been stabbed that night?
Faison had been caught in the arm, and obviously Jimmy.
Now, when you went inside to help Ryan, at some point in time, did you come back outside with towels and
I didn't find anything, but I just kept using my clothing.
So, did you or anybody call 911?
Yeah, multiple people did.
How long would you say, withdrawn, after, when you saw Jimmy fall, did you see the defendant and Tyler De Silva do anything?
The last I saw them was them run to their car and drive off, and then they weren't in my mind anymore.
And where did they drive? Did they drive towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
Okay. And when 911 was called, how long would you say it was between the time the fight, the end of the fight took place and the time the first responders arrived? Do you recall?
I don't recall specifically. I remember it taking a decent amount of time because a lot of people were complaining that the ambulance wasn't there fast enough.
And
while we were there,
when you were waiting for the first responders to arrive to the scene, did you were you doing anything at that moment? Were you rendering aid to anybody?
Not at that point. Once they came, they made us all back up. They took over, obviously, took care of everything. And at that point, I finally answered my mom because throughout the whole interaction, she was blowing up my phone from hearing the sirens all driving by. And I finally, answered her, talked to her.
Okay. And at some point in time, did your parents arrive at 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't recall if they picked me up or not.
Okay. Did you, at some point in time, first responders arrived, police, paramedics? Do you recall whether or not you talked to any police officers that night?
I believe I did.
And after that night, do you recall whether or not you met with police officers again in connection to this case?
I did.
They may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Marcenzic. So you were telling us a little bit about your relationship to some of these folks, as well as what you witnessed on the 14th into the morning of the 15th, right? And you were telling us that the evening began, you were getting ready over to go over to Ms. Ridzik's house, correct? That was about 6 o'clock?
Maybe a little later.
Okay. And that involved some drinking as far as getting ready to go over there?
While we were there, yeah.
While you were at Ridzik's house?
Yeah, the initial time.
Okay. What about beforehand when you were getting ready to go over there? Did that involve any drinking?
No.
Okay. Any other substance use?
No.
You told us that once you got to Ridzik's house, you had a drink, maybe 2 beers, maybe 3, maybe 4?
No, because I didn't have that many. Wasn't able to get anything for that night, really, so I didn't have much. So I was just kind of...
Well, you were there with Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he had a 12-pack of beer,
He did.
correct? You didn't have any of those beers?
No, I don't believe he gave me any.
Okay. Is it possible?
I don't think
Judge,
so.
is it possible?
Sustained.
Because when we showed up to the lifers, he had...
Hold on just a minute.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to sustain the objection to the question, asking if it's possible, it's speculative. I'm going to strike the response that was provided to that question before the court had an opportunity to stop the witness from answering the question. So please retract or take any information responding to that question out of your notes if you have anything in there and you're not to consider it as part of the evidence. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So your recollection is that it was 2 beers that you had at Ridzik's house?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else to drink there?
No.
Ryan didn't share any of his beers with you?
No.
And at some point, you went over to the Lifers' house, correct?
Yes.
And that was 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And you knew that they were having a party there, correct?
Yes.
Where you expected that there would be more drinking going on, correct?
Potentially.
Well, when you arrived there, you knew that your friend, Mr. Leifer, was drunk to the point of being ill, correct?
I had found that out from them when I had arrived.
Because you didn't see him because he was in the back throwing up, correct?
I didn't see him because I wasn't allowed into the property by the defendant and his friends.
And you were driven to 5 Lazy Brook Road by a person named Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Yes.
And you described Tanner Chernowski as your cousin, correct?
Yeah. Not by blood, but essentially we've been family friends since we were young.
So he's not your blood cousin or relative, but you consider him so close as to be, you call him a cousin.
Yes.
Now, when you got there, you mentioned that there were some kids from St. Joe's at that party, correct?
Yeah, it was a St. Joe's party.
It
Often
was a
attended
St. Joe's
St.
party.
Joe's, yes.
So most of the kids there were from St. Joe's, correct?
Yes.
You were not from St. Joe's?
No, I was not.
Nor was Ryan Hines, correct?
No.
Nor was Tanner Chernowski?
No.
And there were 4 kids there but you from St. Joe's that you noticed, but only 3 of them who you could identify, correct?
Yeah.
And that was Jack Snyder, correct? Tyler De Silva, correct? And Raul Valley, correct? You knew them to be St. Joe's kids, right?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Hines had brought a 12-pack of beer with him?
Yes.
And that you began to go into the garage, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was going on in the garage?
Yeah, the garage doors were open.
And there was a party going on in the garage, right?
They were inside, so they were really the only ones in the garage, maybe a couple other stragglers outside. But the party was in the house.
Nothing going on that you could see inside, like beer pong or any games?
No,
being played?
door was shut, and the way it's set up, you can't see into the house.
And you didn't know at that time who Jack Snyder, Tyler De Silva, or Raul Valley were, is that correct?
Not fully. I had known Snyder and De Silva just like through football, not like personally knew them, but I've heard the name before.
Okay. So at that point, when you saw them, you couldn't say what their names were, is that
No.
fair to say?
Correct.
And at some point, you said that Jack Snyder went to grab Ryan Hines' beer, correct?
He did grab Ryan Hines' beer.
He grabs Ryan Hines' beer, and then you said the defendant didn't say anything, correct?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall what everyone was saying.
And that he was peripheral to Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder squared off, right?
Yeah.
As though they were going to have a fist fight or some sort of physical
Yeah, they
altercation.
had agreed to fight over the beer.
Okay. When you say they agreed to fight over the beer, were there any adults present at this point, or was this just students?
Witnessing this, no. I think maybe a parent or two. Both of them were home, but I know his mom was home.
And you claim that the first punch was thrown by the defendant?
Yes.
And that he punched Ryan Hines in the face from behind,
Yes.
correct? And you said that Hines then took Snyder to the ground.
Yes.
Now, you've described and you saw a photograph of Mr. Valley wearing a helmet, correct?
Mhm.
And he was also wearing some sort of a neck pillow. Did you see
Neck
that?
pillow. Outside, I'm not too exactly sure if he had it on still or not. It was a black pillow or a dark colored pillow. It was nighttime. I don't recall exactly if he was wearing the neck pillow.
And that was Austin Leifer, your friend. That was his father's motorcycle helmet,
I
correct?
believe so. Yeah.
And at some point after they began fighting, you said that Mr. Hines was getting the better of Mr. Snyder, correct?
I'd say he was. Yeah, he was brought him to the ground. He was on top of him.
And at that point, you said that the defendant tackled Ryan Hines, correct?
No, he removed his helmet and struck him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told us now. You gave a statement to the police officers on May 15th of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
You went there with your parents at about 2 o'clock down to the PD to give a statement?
Sounds about right.
And you told them at that time that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him, correct?
They might have taken that incorrectly because Hines was the only person that tackled anyone. He thought, or he took him to the ground. I watched him tackle him, and no
So
one
you-
else went to the ground either.
So you didn't tell them that that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him?
If they marked me as saying that, then on paper I did, but I recall Hines tackling.
And you told us here, and you told them then, that the defendant took off his helmet and swung it at Mr. Hines, correct?
Yeah, he struck him with it.
He took that helmet physically off of his head and swung it and struck Mr. Hines.
Yes, he hit Hines with it.
And then Mr. De Silva jumped in afterwards, correct?
Yeah, he didn't contribute much to it, but yeah.
He began punching and kicking Ryan Hines on the ground, correct?
Yeah.
That's your recollection. That's what you're certain of today.
Yeah, he wasn't very much so involved. He was the last one to enter in, and by then it got broken up pretty fast.
And you were prevented from helping because this fourth unknown person was holding you back, right?
I wasn't, so to say, be held back because we were initially watching because they agreed to fight one-on-one, and that was agreed upon both. They were fine with it. The second they get active, like, things happen, and then the girl hops in. I'm off to the side. I had no clue who I was standing with, and we were talking about it, and he was like, don't get involved. He was telling me not to because he was like, dude, like you're in that. Like, there's 3 of them.
There were adults at this house, you think?
What do you, like, parents?
Yes.
His mom was home, yeah.
You were aware of that?
I was until she came outside when the fight got broken up.
But so you claim that these two agreed to fight Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, and
Yeah.
you decided you were just going to watch the thing.
They said they were running one-on-one fight. Hines, it's not allowed to be said, but they said they agreed upon ones.
You didn't make any efforts to notify any parents inside the house that this was going on out in their driveway?
I didn't know they were in the driveway. Or in the house, sorry.
You said the fight lasted a short time, maybe as much as 30 to 40 seconds?
As much as 40, nothing like.
And afterwards, Mr. Leifer's mother came outside and asked you to leave, correct?
Yeah, which we were more than fine with doing.
And she gave the beers back to Mr. Hines, correct?
I didn't exactly see if she picked him up or if she handed him to him. She could have.
And at that point, you got a ride back to Ms. Ridsick's house, Natalia Ridsick's house, correct?
Yes.
Who gave you that ride?
I do not know her name. We had been walking down the driveway. We had met a group of girls, and they had witnessed what happened, and we were like, you guys mind bringing us home? And they had no problem with it.
But you don't recall who that was?
I do not recall their names.
And you told us that you weren't doing any drinking on the way back to Ms. Ridsick's house, correct?
No, I didn't have anything. Once I had gotten to Austin's, I had no alcohol.
You didn't have any of Mr. Hines's beers that he had just gotten back?
No, he lost majority of them in that yard, so he was not in the mood to be giving them out.
And you immediately called your friends, Thomas and Charlie Connery, right?
No, I believe Charlie called me.
And you told them about what had occurred there at the 5 Lazybrook house, right?
Yeah.
And everybody on your side, and this is the Shelton High kids at this point that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Those are your friends, are mainly Shelton High kids?
Yeah.
And you let them know about the fight that had just happened at 5 Lazybrook Road?
Yep.
You were upset, right?
Yeah. Me and Hines were a little pissed off. We were like, what the hell, that was bull.
A little pissed off?
Yeah. We weren't, fuming, acting out of rage, doing anything stupid, but we were like, that was stupid. Like, we were just pissed.
Okay. And you told us that there was a basketball group chat that some of the kids started, correct?
Yeah, I was in it prior. It was started because we played pickup basketball, hence the name of the group chat. And we had 2 SJ kids in there that we were friends with. We'd hoop with them. And then after it all had happened, I don't remember who specifically, but they were all added, or at least 4 people. I didn't have any of the numbers, so they were all just random numbers.
When you say they were all added, you mean Mr. Valley, Mr. De Silva, and Mr.
I found that out
Snyder were
after,
added,
but in the
correct?
given moment, I didn't know, yes.
But that's who was added, right?
Yes.
And that's who you started texting about 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
Giving them the address, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, taking a photo of the address and texting that, correct?
Yeah.
That wasn't just some of the kids, right? That was you.
Yeah, my phone number is the number that sent it, yes.
You've talked about things as having happened collectively, but when we're talking about the address being sent,
Yeah,
that
I
was
sent
you
the address.
individually, not collectively.
I mean, if you put it into retrospect, yeah, my finger hit the button, I think, but I was a sophomore at a senior's house. I wasn't just going to have some kids show up that this is my first time hanging out there. I wouldn't just invite them, so I was told by people, I don't exactly remember who, but we had been talking about what just happened, because they started off with come to Trumbull High, so we were like, we're not going to Trumbull High, and said what we said.
So you're saying somebody forced you to text
No,
the
nobody
address.
forced me to text anything, no.
And then you described ultimately getting over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. And you told us maybe 30 to 40 kids were there?
Yeah.
Could it have been more?
I don't think so. By more, if it's not touching 50, maybe a number in the 40s possibly, but I don't think so.
And you didn't have anything to drink once you got there, except maybe I think you conceded you could have had one beer?
Yeah, I could have been given one. I don't remember drinking, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Was there beer at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Not for the taking, but people had their own supplies.
Was there liquor at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I didn't see. He could have had a bottle at his house prior. I'm not sure.
And when you arrived there, you described it as being dark, correct?
Where?
43 Laurel Glen Drive now.
You're referring about outside?
Yes.
It's dim lit. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see the people in front of us. Flashlights are out too. There's the light in the driveway. It's not you can't see.
It was misty that night?
I don't recall it being misty.
You don't recall it being misty or rainy?
No.
You don't recall the grass being wet?
I do not.
You don't recall any sort of precipitation whatsoever?
I don't recall, but I don't recall mist specifically.
And you said you were in the house in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
And that it was a typical high school party, typical high school things were going on, right?
Yeah.
What were those typical high school things that were going on at that party?
Listening to music, people having a couple drinks together. Might have had a pong table, I'm not sure, but just people hanging out, listening to music, having a good time, hanging out.
You said might have had a pong table. What's a pong table?
A table to play beer pong.
And what's beer pong?
So when each team has 10 cups and you shoot a ping pong ball into each other's cups, and whoever makes all 10 first wins.
How old was the oldest person that was attending this party?
Could have been 19, 18 or 19.
No adults present?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you told us before that maybe some folks had some beers, they'd brought their own. Now you're telling us that there might have been a beer pong table set up and people might have been playing beer
Yeah,
pong?
but by beer pong, I don't specifically mean every single cup is filled with beer, because we've come to learn that it's a lot easier to fill them with water, because then you could just keep playing and play the game.
Okay, so are you telling us that this night there were people playing pong with water?
I'm not telling you specifically, I don't recall, but if 95% of the time that is the situation, because you get your beer all gross.
And you told us that at some point you became aware that these St. Joe's kids had arrived and they were outside, correct? Yeah. How did you become aware of that?
So initially there was a text that said we were here. Someone ran outside, didn't see them, and then someone else was like, there's a car outside, and that's when we all flowed outside.
And you described that car as being parked outside down towards the corner of Adams, correct?
Yeah.
And that car was on the other side of the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you told us that you all collectively headed outside, right?
Yeah.
Was that all 30 or 40 of you?
A few stragglers may have fallen back, but the majority made their way outside.
And who were you standing beside when you headed outside?
I don't recall fully who I walked out with. We kind of just all funneled out, so we just walked outside.
Did you head outside with Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah.
Did you head outside with Ryan Hines?
Yeah, he came out.
Did you head outside with Michael Sampieri?
If Samp went outside, I wasn't specifically saying I'm with any of them. Some of them were outside, yes.
Why did you go outside?
Because I went outside. They were in the group chat. They said they're here. Curiosity. Walk outside. Everyone else was going.
You were just curious about what was going to happen after you told them to come
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
43
go.
Laurel Glen
I'm
Drive
gonna
after
go
the fight?
confront them. Yeah, I'm gonna go outside. But this was more of like me and Hines were like youngins to everyone there. We looked like we were the little kids there, so they were kind of taking control. And it was more like people. They were all known. The defendants and his friends have known some of the people that were at the Rich's house.
Okay. And then when everybody gets outside, you've told us about them going up to the Honda Pilot, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that at this point they all surrounded the Honda Pilot, right?
Yeah.
And they were touching the Honda Pilot, right?
I'm looking from the front. I don't know if they eventually did when they began rocking it. Yes.
Began rocking the car?
Yeah.
You were shown a picture of the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes, we were.
That's right there. You were shown this picture. Is that the Honda Pilot that you recall seeing?
Yes, it is.
You gotta rotate it. That looks like the Honda Pilot that you saw.
Yeah.
The outside the windshield. It's very close. Just a moment, Mr. Marcinzik. I'm trying to get an exhibit. I'm going to show you exhibit number 31, close-up of that Honda Pilot. You agree that's the same vehicle?
Yeah.
And when that vehicle arrived and you first saw it, it didn't have that shattered windshield, did it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I didn't see anyone specifically make that happen, so I don't know if they arrived with it or left with it.
Okay. How did you come out when you got to the car when you went outside?
Where was I parallel to the car?
How did you come out of the house?
Through the umbilical doors out of the basement around the house.
What kind of doors?
Like the umbilical ones, like the basement doors.
Okay. And can you describe umbilical doors for us?
It's like the ones that open. Like, I don't know, if this is a house, they're slanted like this and they open. And there's a staircase that goes into the basement.
Okay. And then you came out and you described for us how you walked down the pathway?
Yes.
And where did you go? If you want to use the exhibit behind you, you went beside the square cement?
That's the second time when they come back. The first time initially, we all come down the driveway.
Oh, you all came down the driveway?
Yeah, we all walked down. I don't know specifically the driveway, but we all walked out to the car.
So you remember that? You remember how you got out of the house?
Yes.
You don't remember whether or not that windshield was shattered beforehand?
I wasn't paying attention to if their car was beat up or not.
You were standing right at the front by the passenger side, right?
Yeah, I wasn't on the car. I was a few feet back. I was looking through the windshield, but I don't remember if there was a crack there or not.
Which side of the windshield would you say that defect is in?
The passenger side.
The side you were standing closest to?
Yeah.
You didn't notice whether or not it was shattered?
I wasn't looking for shattered glass, and you probably can't really tell it's cracked either when it's nighttime. You know, it's got a light on it with a flashlight taking a picture of it, so it reflects back a little bit. I didn't recognize if there was a crack or not.
I see. You did notice, however, that these kids were all now surrounding the car and that at some point they started to shake the car.
Yes.
They started to throw things at the car.
I don't know if anyone threw anything at that point.
They started to pound on the car.
Yeah, probably just banging on the windows.
Somebody reached in and punched somebody that was inside the car.
I didn't see any of that.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see if anyone got punched while in the car.
You were standing on the passenger side. How far away from the car itself?
Probably 4 to 6 feet back.
Could you have reached out and touched the car?
No.
Did you reach out and touch the car?
Did I touch the car? Not to my recollection, no.
Not to your recollection?
Yeah, I don't recall encountering and going up and touching the car.
Is that the kind of thing you'd forget?
What do you mean? Like, would I forget touching the car?
Yes.
Probably not.
But you simply don't recall whether or not you touched the car?
I didn't touch the car.
You didn't?
I didn't touch the car.
Now you recall that you didn't touch the car.
Yeah.
These other people were all touching the car.
Yeah, they were on the sides of it. I was in the front, so I can't do anything from the front of the car.
I see. You distanced yourself from the car.
Essentially, yeah.
You distanced yourself from the group.
Not from the group. I was still with people.
Same people that had you feel like you had to text the address.
I'm going to object as to argumentative.
I'll allow it overruled.
Sorry, but what was that?
These same people that you felt like were making you text the address.
I didn't feel like I was made to text anybody the address, but sure.
So you went outside. Folks, there was, you described there as being a chain of cars that were there, correct?
Yeah, there was a couple cars parked on the opposite side of the road as well.
There were cars parked on both sides of the road, right?
Yes, but significantly more on the other side.
Significantly more cars were parked on the other side
there
of the
might
road.
have been 1 or 2 car parked near the mailbox, but there was on the other side. It was lined up with at least like 4 to 6 of them.
Okay. So the chain of cars were there. Were you standing between the pilot and another car?
They weren't too close to the other car because they were able to put it in drive and drive forward while turning left. So they were slacked back a little bit, but essentially, yeah, I was technically between 2 cars.
Okay.
But it wasn't a close gap.
And you described that water bottles and a WD-40 can were thrown out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Or were they thrown at the vehicle?
No, the WD-40 can came out, which someone picked it up on the road and threw it back.
Okay. Was anything else thrown back at the vehicle?
There was like a water jug tossed. But once they started driving up and down, like slowly, majority of us would fade into the inside. A couple people trickled, like stayed outside, and that was really it. Like they just kept driving up and down. We thought it had been done by that point.
Okay. How many times did they drive up and down?
3, 4 times.
Not 2 to 3?
Well, including their first speed down. And they come down and back up again, so it's at least 3.
Okay. Could you see how many people were inside the vehicle?
I know there was more. I didn't see specifically how many. There could have just been 4 of them. I don't think it was full.
Now, when you were part of the group that collectively surrounded this car, you wanted them to exit the vehicle, right?
At that point in time, we didn't really have a game plan or an approach. We just went and were going to talk with them, which obviously was a little bit hostile, but we didn't know what was going to happen or what would happen.
You didn't want to get payback for the Lazy Brook Road?
Sure, it was in thoughts, but at that point in time, they're all sitting in a car. You can't do anything, so.
Can't do anything except lay hands on it, start rocking it, throw things at it, smash the windshield.
Yeah, sure. We rocked it and threw things at it because things were thrown. Like I had said before, I don't recall anyone doing anything to the windshield. I'm not saying it wasn't us or it was, but I didn't see any of that.
You collectively attacked the vehicle. Fair to say?
Objection as to the characterization.
I'll overrule it. You can answer it.
I wouldn't say attacked. We had a mass of people. I wouldn't say necessarily attacked.
No, you wouldn't. And you also can't tell us who laid hands on the vehicle, can you?
No, there's a lot of people.
Yes, you told us who was there. Enrico Fiola was present.
Yeah.
Sal Perry was present.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Samperi was present.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Burnson was present.
Mm-hmm.
Tanner was present.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos was present. And you knew all these guys very well, correct?
Yeah.
You played sports with all of them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You grew up with all these kids, correct?
I did.
But you can't tell us who it was that started shaking the vehicle.
It's not that I couldn't tell you who, it's that I didn't specifically look around and remember who was who. I know who all my friends are, obviously, yes, but I don't know where their positions are. I don't know their experiences. I was paying attention to myself and looking at the car. I wasn't watching everyone else's doings.
Isn't it that you don't want to tell us? You don't want to tell us what your friends did that night?
Honestly, I wish I could, but I don't know.
Well, you can. Go ahead, tell us.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know where my friends' position were or where they were, no.
But you knew how you came out of that house.
Yeah, because I
I'm
walked
object
it.
is asked and answered at this point.
I'll sustain the objection.
And you're telling us that they drove up and down the road 3 to 4 times, you've said?
Yeah.
Multiple times. And that at some point they drove off down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree that that is about 2 football fields away from where the Rich House is?
Yeah, it's a good distance.
And you claim that you saw only 2 of your friends walk down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
I just knew 2 specifically. There could have been more. I know that Ricky and Tyler went and encountered him.
Do you know that because they told you that, or because you saw that?
They were the ones that actually had discussed that they were going to go down and talk to them. So once they started going, I came back and I don't know if anyone else trailed after them.
Did you see them go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Yeah, I saw them. I walked inside, but I watched them head towards Lido. Yes.
Those, you think only those 2 people were the ones that walked down there?
No, I just know that those 2 people. I don't know specifically who else.
And you told us you didn't hear anything go on down there?
No,
at
I went
Farmhouse
back
Lane?
inside.
You went back inside. You remember that?
Yes.
Who else went back inside with you?
Majority of people.
Alex Burnson?
I'm not sure. At that time, I just kind of met Burns. So I wasn't really looking out for him.
Did Enrico Fiola go back inside with you?
No.
Did Sal Perry go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Mike Samperi go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Tanner Chernowski go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Jacob Villalobos go back inside with you?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of us. You're naming 6 of the 40 kids. I don't know where everyone's exact whereabouts were at every given moment. I apologize.
No apology necessary. When you spoke with officers before, though, you didn't mention anything to them about friends going down to Farmhouse Lane, did you?
Well, I was in a panic and just explained what I had actually, the big things. It didn't
So
come
you
down
didn't
to
tell
details.
them about that, correct?
I don't remember exactly what I told them. That was 3 years ago.
You told them that everybody went back inside and only one person remained outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
No, I didn't specifically say that. I just know that somebody, I don't know how many people, but majority had funneled in and someone had mentioned that they were back.
And that one kid just stayed outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
Yeah, someone actually was outside. I don't remember who it was, and they were looking, but it wasn't like...
Well, did one kid stay outside, or did 2 kids go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Those are 2 separate events. They went down and spoke to them. Then when they were down at the... I don't know anything that happened in that conversation, what they saw, what they said, anything about it, but I watched them walk down the road towards them. And then at separate times, we all funneled back inside. Someone was outside still. I don't know if they were looking for them, but someone was still outside, and then they had mentioned that they had came back.
Who was that?
It was someone just yelled like they're back, and everyone was like, "What?" and all funneled out the back doors. Like,
And in fact, you continued texting throughout this time period, didn't you?
I think the texting died down a lot once they had fully arrived. There was a couple texts sent. Yeah.
There were a couple of texts sent, or you sent texts, Mr. Marcinsic?
Well, multiple people sent texts. I included, yes.
You sent texts,
Yeah,
correct?
I sent texts. They sent texts. Multiple people sent texts.
In fact, you snapped a photograph of Mr. Snyder's car sitting outside and texted that with a caption on it, taunting them, didn't you?
Yeah.
This was after they had shown up and driven away, correct?
No, that's as they just showed up. I took that picture first thing.
Oh, so you took that picture before you went outside?
No, I took that picture outside when they had arrived.
And you said, "Sitting ducks, ODE, very scared," right?
Yes.
And then you asked, "How's your car, pussy? Fold, that's crazy, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And that was after you'd gotten out?
It's after they had driven up and down, I believe.
That's after they'd driven up and
Or
down the street?
driven up.
You're continuing to text them at that point, right?
I believe so.
Are you still feeling pressure to do that from other people?
I never felt any pressure in the first place to be texting them.
Oh, okay. You didn't feel pressure before when you sent the LGD, 43 LGD address?
No, there wasn't pressure to do that. It was dudes being dudes talking.
Just dudes talking?
I mean, yeah, we were expecting to fight, not any of this.
You were expecting to fight?
Once we had told them to come, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have them come and there'd be no point in having them come. Yeah.
Did you say 43 Laurel Glen Drive, 30 to 40 dudes here?
I don't exactly recall, but if I did, then yeah.
Okay. You didn't mention those texts, however, when you were talking with the police, right?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't know that it wasn't asked. Once I was asked about them, I told them about them, yeah.
Oh, once you were asked about them, you told them that they existed, but before that, you didn't think that was important to share with them?
Not really. It was argumentative. It's a lot of just hearsay nonsense back and forth between the two of us. Yes, I told them where to go, but that doesn't invite anything that happened on that night.
Mr. Marcinzik, you didn't tell the cops about that because you thought it might get you in trouble, didn't you?
I don't know exactly what my thoughts were when I was 16. I could have been scared. I'm not sure.
You didn't think maybe you'd get in trouble for luring somebody over and then getting into a fight?
I mean, you said it yourself. I said the address with how many people. I wouldn't necessarily call that luring. They knew what they were getting themselves into.
Sir, what I said was you texted them the address, but you didn't say 30 to 40 dudes here, did you?
That's what you said.
That's not what I said, sir.
Well,
Is that
I
what
had a misconception.
you said?
I need to be looking at the same text you're looking at. I don't remember text I sent 3 years ago.
Okay. Let's see. At some point, you described there was a second encounter when the car came back, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside when the car returned?
Yeah, when I had gotten outside, the car was already parked in the street.
Yeah. I'm talking about the second encounter when the car comes back, as you described, and the fight occurs out on the lawn. Okay?
Yes, the fight. Yes, when everyone gets outside, the car's already parked, and the two of them are making their way towards the yard.
How did you know that the car was already outside?
There was a bunch of us there. They had said that the car had returned.
Did you see the car outside?
Did I see it return?
Yes.
Like, did I watch it come to a complete stop and return? No, I did not.
Where were you when the car returned?
I was inside.
You were inside the house?
Yes.
And so you came to learn that the car had returned because somebody...
It was just, we were all together. It was known, yes.
Did you just see people start to funnel outside, or did you hear somebody say, hey, the car's here?
Both.
Both of those things occurred?
Yeah, the car's here, we funneled outside.
And you didn't think, guys, we should stay inside right now. There's really no need to go outside the house if the car's back.
No, obviously not. I should have. It's a more mature way to look at it, yeah. But I was 16 and immature and walked outside to go watch a fight.
Go watch a fight?
Yeah, because at that point, no one was really involved. The people arguing were the people arguing now.
So at some point, you get back outside into the yard. You see Tyler DeSilva out there?
Yes.
You see Raul Valley out there?
Yes.
And you see Jack Snyder out there?
Jack Snyder was driving.
Jack Snyder was driving is what you told us here today, but when you spoke with the cops, you said all three of them got out of the vehicle. Did you not?
I don't recall if I said that back then. Like, I might have misconstrued it a little bit. All three of them were there, but Jack remained in the vehicle.
And you did tell the officers that all three of the parties were out of the vehicle with the doors open, correct?
I mean, at one point, all doors were open on the vehicle.
You said everyone exited the house and approached the three parties on the lawn, correct?
Yeah.
Three parties?
Yeah.
Snyder, DeSilva, and Valley, correct?
Yeah, I said that in the moment. I don't know why I said that, honestly, but probably didn't assume two dudes would hop out and fight everyone. I thought maybe he was out of the car. I didn't see him somewhere, but Then I noticed him in the car once they got in and instantly drove off.
And in fact, when you got out, you saw Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva talking, correct?
Yeah, there were words.
Were they fighting at that point?
No.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. De Silva and Mr. Rich know each other?
I can't speak. I want to say they did, but I'm not sure.
And you said that they began exchanging words, correct?
Yeah.
And at this point, how many people from the party, the Shelton kids, were out there in the lawn?
Majority of us.
30 to 40?
Probably 30. Not all kids were outside, and I know kids that stayed inside.
Okay. Who were you standing beside?
What was that? Sorry.
Who were you standing beside?
I was kind of near the vicinity of Tanner. I wasn't really like up with everyone, like or with anybody specifically. Like I was just kind of observing.
What was Tanner doing?
At the time, Tanner was observing, and then he pulled out his phone and eventually recorded.
Tanner was filming this?
Eventually, once the fight broke out, yeah, he took a video.
Was he the only person filming?
I'm not sure, but at least to my knowledge, yes.
You were standing over by where Mr. De Silva was on the ground being attacked, correct?
Yeah, well, him and Rich were wrestling on the ground, yes.
It wasn't just Mr. De Silva and Mr. Rich that were going at it by themselves, was it?
Honestly, they were like, them two were the main ones. They were on the ground with each other. It's not like no one else was with Tyler on the ground, or Tyler Rich I'm referring to. Like no one else was helping him on the ground. But it was mainly just them two kind of going back and forth on the ground.
Just the two of them. Everybody was standing back to the side, letting them go at it.
I'm not going to speak up for people, but or specifics, or like I'm sure he caught a shot or two from somebody else, but like it was mainly like I remember seeing him on the ground. Rich had his shirt pulled up, De Silva's whole back was out. I remember seeing it. Rich was on the ground, De Silva was on top of him, but Rich kind of had him in like a chokehold kind of thing, but like not really. Like, just like holding him down so he couldn't like get on top of him.
And you had such a good view of that because somebody was using their phone to live stream that, and the flashlight was on, wasn't it?
There was flashlights on, yeah.
And somebody was live streaming that whole thing, weren't they?
Live streaming?
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody was live streaming this.
You don't think anybody was live streaming this?
I have no knowledge of anyone live streaming this
You
event.
think somebody just pulled out their phone and turned on the flashlight and was holding it up to show the fight going on?
Are you confusing a video for a live stream? Because a live stream is lively streamed, and a video is not live streamed. It's do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate the distinction, sir. I'm not confused.
So you are asking about a live stream? No, I don't. To my knowledge, no one recorded a live stream. No.
Not to your knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I've never heard once of a live stream.
But you would agree that somebody had their phone out, it was open, and at least it had the flashlight on, correct?
Yeah.
And that was shining on Mr. De Silva and the fight that was going on there, correct?
Yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
You were close to that?
Yeah.
You said the scene was chaotic, correct?
Yeah.
You've told us today that there were only 2 people that were in the yard that were fighting from the St. Joe's kids, correct?
Yes.
You told the officers there were 3, that it included Mr. Snyder, correct?
There were 3 involved. I could have said it like that. He wasn't literally involved in the fight, but he was their driver.
And you said Mr. Rich and Mr. De Silva began exchanging words, and they soon became involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Yes, they eventually were involved in an altercation, yes.
Again, how did they become involved in a physical altercation?
Well, once it looked like to us that Lito was going to swing on our front tie, Rich had just thrown a punch onto him and then stopped worrying about him, and him and De Silva started fighting.
I see. You said we thought that Lito was going to
Like that was
throw a
like
punch.
everyone kind of saw it, like at least what.
Sir, you don't know what everyone saw, do you?
No, I don't. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know. We all saw it, but I saw him make a little move towards Ty, and Rich punched him, and then he turned towards De Silva because whoever was over there was just dealing with that.
You saw Mr. Valley.
Yeah, that's what started the fight, and then
make
once
a movement of some sort.
Yeah, like they were
Describe
squared up
that
to each
movement.
other. Just like he was like he didn't make a big enough movement, but he twitched like in the wrong way that looked like it could have been aggressive, and obviously Rich is going to defend his boy.
So the first punch was thrown by a Shelton High kid. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that punch hit Mr. Valley, didn't it?
Yes.
And thereafter, it did become chaotic, didn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, everybody swarmed, the 30 or 40 of you, the 2 people that were there in that yard, correct?
No, there was a lot of people also watching. It wasn't like, obviously we're not gonna, like, you saw pictures of them afterwards. They didn't get stomped on by multiple tens of people. Like, it was, there was a couple kids, yeah, on each of them, but like once the fight broke out, I didn't see Lito anymore because the crowd, and it went down. The crowd blocked that all, and I was just looking at De Silva fighting Rich.
The crowd blocked it off because they were swarming. There were at least 8 to 10 people attacking both of them, correct?
I can't say. I didn't see 8 to 10 people on De Silva, but I can't speak for Lito.
Did you see Mr. Villalobos involved in the fight?
Towards the end, he actually put De Silva to his feet and shoved him towards the road with the help of a few of his other buddies.
Did you see that, or did you watch a video?
No, that happened because when I was watching De Silva fight, he got lifted up and pushed out.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah, I was watching. Like I said, I was able to see the De Silva interaction.
Okay. Did you see Charles Connery involved in the fight?
I did not see him involved. No.
Did you see Ryan Hines involved in the fight?
He was. I know he was on the left side, but he was in Lito's area. They were all crowded together, so I didn't see him specifically do anything.
Didn't see Sal Perry involved in the fight?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see Michael Sampieri involved in the fight?
I did not see Michael at the time, no.
Didn't see Alex Bernson involved in the fight?
I saw Alex Bernstein.
Oh, what did you see Alex Bernson do?
He would when he threw a couple punches at De Silva, but nothing crazy. Like he threw some extra ones, but while Rich was wrestling him, he gave him a few.
Was he wearing a shirt?
I think he had it off.
It's hard to tell because there were a couple of folks that took off their shirts for this, right?
I'm not sure. Burns a big dude, so he stood out, and I'm pretty sure he had his shirt off.
Did you see Mr. McGrath involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side.
Did you see Tyler Rich involved in the fight?
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teal involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side as well.
Did you see Michael Lokovich involved in the fight?
I don't recall if he was involved, but he was in my general area of De Silva.
Did you see Tommy Connery involved in the fight?
He was also on the farther side, so I'm not sure if he was in there or not.
In fact, it was hard to see what was going on the other side because that side had encircled and descended upon Mr. Valley, correct?
Objection, he said he didn't see.
Sustained.
Did you say that you didn't see or that it was hard to see?
I didn't see. Once the people came in front of me, I said it. I didn't see at first and followed it up by saying it was hard to see, but I meant for both. I couldn't see. People were swarming. Yes, I didn't see it, but I didn't specifically see anyone go to the ground on him. Multiple people. So I can't speak on that.
People swarmed him, correct?
Objection. Just testified he couldn't see.
Sir, overruled. You can answer that if you know.
Obviously people, yes, huddled around, but I didn't, I saw more people standing than doing anything.
Did you remain in that same position throughout the course of this fight? Where you've described by the red bush and the cement square? Yeah. You did not yourself throw any punches?
No.
And you described Tanner Chernowski, your cousin, as you've described him, the closeness, filming this, correct?
Yes.
He took his phone out and didn't call 911 but started filming what was going on.
Yeah.
And he was walking back and forth filming this, correct?
No, I believe he's stationary. Maybe moves a couple feet left and right, but not really moving around. The video, you can really only see De Silva. Like I said, his side's over there.
But you described yourself seeing Mr. Vallee go to the car.
Yeah, because the car was, like I said, it's more in that where the area it is. They're fighting back more up. So when he runs out of his area, he's now kind of behind. Like from my view, he runs behind where De Silva is, and you see the car door open. I watch him open the car door, and then the light turns on. We all kind of, a couple of us put our attention over there, which Tanner also noticed, and then he runs back.
And you saw that?
Yeah, once he runs back, I lost him again because he ran out of my view.
And you described Mr. Chernowski taking a video of this, correct?
Yes.
You've watched that video, have you not?
Yeah, I've been shown it.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I'm not sure, honestly. I think the first time I saw it was when I was shown it.
Who showed it to you?
By the detectives, because Tanner didn't send that video anywhere, and he told everyone he deleted it the night of, but he kept it and gave it to the cops.
He didn't show it to you?
No, that night I wasn't worried about watching a video.
Cops showed that to you. That's your testimony?
I believe so. I don't have any prior knowledge of the video.
And you told us that you didn't see anyone get stabbed with a knife, correct?
I didn't directly watch a knife enter somebody, no.
In fact, you didn't see a knife at any point. Is that
No.
fair to say?
Yes.
You were watching both of these fights going on, but your attention was divided, fair to say?
Yeah, and once it became divided, it mainly focused just onto De Silva's fight.
And you'd had at least 2 or 3 beers?
Yeah, in the span of those 4 hours.
Okay. And you
Or
were
early
16
in
at the
night.
time?
Yes, I was.
And you told the officers that Snyder, De Silva, and Vallee hopped back into the Pilot and drove off towards Adams.
Yeah, well, they were all into the car and they drove off.
And you told us you'd been friends with Mr. McGrath, correct?
Yeah.
And that you'd known him since you were very young, correct?
Correct.
And would you describe him as a cousin the same way you described Mr. Chernowski?
Nah, because once we went to high school, obviously he went to prep, we grew apart a little bit, but it was still always love when we saw each other.
And you would describe him as somebody who was the toughest kid you know, right?
Yeah, on a field he was an animal.
And that he wouldn't back down from anyone, right?
No.
And that if he saw his friends getting into a fight, he would join that fight, right?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Doesn't, if not, if that's what he said, I'll overrule. The question continues to be, you've said. Is that correct, Attorney Smith?
I beg your pardon, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Does the question continue to be that you've said these things?
That he would describe him as that.
Describe him as?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
I'll allow it, overruled.
I'm sorry, repeat.
That you would describe him as somebody who, if he saw his friends being in a fight, he would go out and join it, correct?
Depending on the situation. If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
If he saw his boys winning, probably not?
Yeah, he wouldn't just jump into a fight to fight.
But if he saw someone punching his boys, he'd probably hop in.
Objection is to probably.
Sustained.
Mr. Marcinzik, at some point you also engaged in doing an identification of folks that were there with the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you identified Mr. Vallee as having been there.
I'm sorry, what was the end of that?
You identified Mr. Vallee as having been there.
Yes.
You also identified another person as having been involved, correct?
Tyler De Silva?
Anybody else?
Not sure.
When you were telling State's Attorney Durso about watching this fight go on in the yard, you described De Silva as being in a wrestling match, right?
Yeah, like they were on the ground, like together, Rich and De Silva, so I would call that grappling with each other.
Just Rich and De Silva involved in a wrestling match by themselves.
Well, they were the main two on the ground. Like, yeah, you obviously caught a couple strays. There's plenty of people, but I don't know from who.
What do you mean by caught a couple strays?
Like, they're on the ground, someone's gonna just throw a sneaky punch or throw a sneaky kick, like, just exactly like what they did to Hines at Lazy Brook.
Well, and you described Mr. Lakovich as being in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Villalobos was in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Burnson was in the area, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Sorry, you have to...
Sorry.
For the record. But they weren't just in the area, were they?
I mean, I know Byrne was throwing some punches, yes, but I don't recall exactly if Locke and Villa were fully in there like that.
Would you agree that you are very clear on the facts about how you came in and out of the house and where you stood?
Yeah.
Would you agree that you are less clear about who threw punches and who was involved?
I would, yes, with the fight aspect.
Would you agree that all of the Shelton High kids were friends of yours?
I mean, yeah, they've all known each other.
You don't want to see any of them get in trouble, do you?
No, but they necessarily couldn't really get in any trouble at this point in time, so I wouldn't be doing them a favor.
Okay. You continued to text even after the fight had ended, correct?
I believe I had sent some texts once because my phone was being nonstop lit up with calls, and I pulled out my phone to look at them, and I had noticed a text from them first, so I responded. I think I remember what they were as well.
Oh, what were they?
The final text was I received a text that said, "Let me know how surgery goes," and I responded out of childness. I was like, "Bro, look at your face. You'll probably never get a girl." Not really knowing the severity, just throwing something, but that's why I responded, because I read that text.
You responded to Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder said something about surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you responded something about look at your face?
Yeah. I didn't know whose number that was, so I just gave it was a random number to me, so assumed it was maybe one of the people fighting, since he's sitting, like, I don't know. I didn't know who it was at the time.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You told us when the swarm occurred on Mr. Valley, you couldn't see Mr. Valley anymore at that point, correct?
I couldn't really point anyone out in specific.
You didn't see him again until you saw him at the car, correct? And then when he came back onto the lawn again, you lost sight of him again at that point, correct?
I had lost sight of him, and the only thing that I had heard was Charlie Connery scream twice that he had a knife.
You lost sight of him because that group swarmed him again, correct?
No, he came back into it. He had all will to leave and brought himself back into it.
That's your opinion, sir?
I don't know. I watched him wailing. Like, no one pulled him back in from that car. He ran to their car and came straight back in.
And you couldn't see him because all of your Shelton High friends were blocking your view, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't the tallest 3 years ago, so.
I feel your pain. You could be unable to see them because they were taller and they were also forming a circle, were they not?
Honestly, a circle probably would have made it easier for me to see him if they fully surrounded him, because majority of the people, it was like a wall, so I couldn't see him.
Could you see Mr. McGrath at that point?
No, I wasn't. I didn't. Maybe I saw him. I didn't notice it was Jimmy at the time. No.
Could you see Michael Sampieri?
Sorry, what was that, Michael?
Could you see Michael Sampieri?
I don't know exactly where Michael was. No.
Could you see Michael Lakovich?
He was around me, yeah.
Could you see Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah, he pushed Tyler into the road. I think Locke might have helped with that too.
Could you see them at the time that you could no longer see Mr. Valley?
Like once they split, was I able to see Locke and Lobos? Yeah, I wasn't focused on them. Like I never really took screenshots in my mind of all the people that were around and everything. I know who was there, but I don't know the specifics of who was where, when, and where, and how.
This was a chaotic scene, right?
Yeah.
You heard a lot of people screaming, right?
Yes.
In fact, before you heard Charlie Connery screaming about a knife, you heard other people screaming other things, right?
Not necessarily, because Charlie yelling he has a knife was significantly louder, and like everyone heard Charlie yell that.
You didn't hear anything being said when Tyler DeSilva was being attacked?
No. At least I don't recall. Like it was scuffling and shit talk. I don't remember exactly everything that was said.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. I'm assuming there's going to be some redraw?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right, this is a good time to take our morning recess.
Okay, jury, I am advised that you have reached a verdict, and the clerk of the court will now accept the verdict. We'll have the foreperson please rise.
Has the jury agreed upon a verdict?
Yes, we have.
What is your verdict, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree felony murder.
Members of the jury, listen to your verdict as recorded. In regards to count 1, guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Count 2, guilty of first-degree felony murder. Is this the verdict of the foreperson?
Yes, it is.
Is this the verdict of the jury?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you can have a seat, sir, and we're going to poll the jury now.
If you could pass the microphone to juror in seat number 1, please. Juror in seat number 1, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror in seat number 3, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror in seat number 4, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror in seat number 6, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror in seat number 15, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror in seat number 14, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 13, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 12, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 11, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 10, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 8, is this your verdict?
Yes. Thank you. Counsel, if you can approach to review the verdict form, please. Does this comport with the verdict we just received in open court? Yes. Comport? Okay. I've now received the verdict and confirmed that it comports with the verdict received in open court and confirmed by polling. So, verdict having been received, I now thank you for your service. This was a very significant and time-consuming case. We were worried we would not get a jury to stay through it all and work through it all, and it was a lot of work. I've never had a jury ask as many questions as you did. So on behalf of all of us here, I want to thank you for a job well done as far as listening to the evidence and paying attention to everything, taking the serious time to deliberate the case as well. So thank you, and we're going to have everyone here wait in the courtroom a bit. I'm told the jurors want to get out of here and go, so we'll stay in the courtroom and give you guys the space to get out of the building, and thank you. And you're done. You can watch the Okay, council will need to schedule a sentencing date. Mr. Mueller and Mr. Cowley, I have late morning, May 12. I generally do them on Mondays, and Monday mornings. So I'll throw out some dates. I have May 12th, late morning. May 19, all morning is open at this time. Or May 27.
May 27, we're
Oh,
at the drug
okay.
treatment
Okay.
training, so I prefer, and I would like to be here.
Do the other dates work for you?
Yes.
Okay.
What was the second day you're on?
I think the second option was May 19.
Your Honor, we're both good for May 19.
Okay. Do you want later in the morning?
That'd be good.
Okay.
Like 11-ish.
Okay. Okay, counsel, anyone on bond? I'm inclined to revoke bond at this time.
It has to be by
Okay.
statute, Your Honor.
So I will revoke bond due to the conviction, the murder conviction. So Ms. Sturmer, I'll have you go with the jailers to the jail. And counsel, we would have you two sign a stipulation for return of exhibits
We've
to
already
both
signed it,
sides.
Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Ms. Winkler was
Anything else then, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Address now? Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
You guys should be now. Yeah, I'm just gonna set out. I'm gonna hand this directly to you both. I don't wanna set it down. So it's so small.